Members, take your seats. Also come to order. This day, January 7, 2026, the first Wednesday following the first Tuesday in January, being the day designated by the Constitution, Part 2, Article 3, for assembling the second year session of the 169th General Court of the State of New Hampshire, the Capitol in the city of Concord. The 2026 House of Representatives is now convened. The House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain, the member from Exeter, the Honorable Alexis Simpson.
Good morning. Let us pray. Eternal and loving God, thank you for bringing us back together in this new year. As we make a fresh start, we give you thanks for the people of New Hampshire and for the people who support us in this work, for our neighbors, our families, and our friends. As we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our first Constitution, we thank you for our ancestors and the foresight they had to create a government that could meet the needs of the time and lay the groundwork for our present day. Thank you for the liberties we have today, all these years later. We thank you for our great state and for all the staff people who work in the State House and the agencies that serve Granite Staters. Even as we are present here, we are mindful of our neighbors in harm's way. Please protect our country's soldiers across the globe, and let us never lose sight of a world where peace is within our grasp. Today, we pray for our colleagues and for the leaders of governments of all levels, state, federal, and local. And finally, as we proceed into this new legislative session, we pray for wisdom and for discernment to serve the people of New Hampshire faithfully. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Rye, Representative J.C. Grotti, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Catherine Martinez of Laconia, who will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Fred Davis, Dee Dee Poulin, Foote, Gagne, Gibbs, Heath Howard, Levesque, Mary Murphy, Toner. The day, important business, Representatives Alayward, Bordes, Cahill, William Dolan, England, Harrington, Nab, Tim Mannion, Michael Murphy, Prisa, Sirrah, St. Clair, Trottier. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Crichton, Minor, and Nelson.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Delaney Nickerson, guest of Representative Burton, Connor Nixon and Casey Peters, guests of Representative Tebow, Rylan Kennedy, guest of Representative Schultz, Karen Kennett and Karen Dubé, guests of Representative Comtois, Zachary and James King, guests of Representative Grota, Adam Thompson, guest of Representative Darby, the Honorable Tony LaBranch, former member from Amherst, and Russell Adler, guests of Representative Safakidis. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Please be seated. The House will be attentive while we call the roll of the House electronically. Please press your green button. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. Please press your green button. The chair asks that all members please remain in your seats until a quorum is declared present. $323 voters having voted, I declare that we have a quorum. The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne offers the following resolved, that in accordance with the list in the possession of the clerk, House bills numbered 1000 through 1163, 1165 through 1436, 1438 through 1469, 1471 through 1544, 1546 through 1838, and House Bill 2026. House concurrent resolutions 12 through 16, House resolutions 19 through 47, and constitutional amendment concurrent resolutions 9, 10, and 13 through 31 shall be by this resolution read a first and second time by the therein listed titles and referred to the therein designated committees.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And the resolution is adopted. The House will now attend to a motion to suspend House rules.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Opal and Schamberg move that House Rule 36E be so far suspended as to allow introduction of a bill amending how revenues from taxes are allocated to the Education Trust Fund, a bill found inexpedient to legislate in the first year of the biennium.
Representative Opal is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopt a limited suspension of Rule 36E solely to permit the reintroduction of material contained in House Bill 503 from the 25 session. To restore over $1 billion in lost revenue through tax cuts that have only benefited the wealthiest corporations and the wealthiest individuals at the expense of everyone else in the state of New Hampshire. Our constituents have told us repeatedly there are two top issues that they're concerned about. The first is reducing property taxes, and the second is supporting our public schools. And that shouldn't be an either-or question. Property taxes keep rising because New Hampshire provides the least state support for public schools of any state in the nation. Despite 3 decades of court decisions making it clear that our current funding system is constitutional. Voters have consistently supported public education budgets, even knowing the impact on their property taxes, because they recognize the state isn't doing enough and that education is critical to their children. And they've overwhelmingly rejected arbitrary efforts to cap school budgets. In many cases, the most catastrophic impact on public school budgets involves special education funding, where districts are legally bound to provide services with, again, too little support from the state to help spread these costs. While a vote to suspend 36E for this limited purpose does not commit this House to support such a measure, it could help ease local special education costs as a funding source for the bipartisan bill HB 1557, offered by Representatives Wallner and Rollins to increase the state's special education support. When this House voted on House Bill 503 in the 2025 session, the two most recent court decisions finding that state public school support inadequate were still to come. So when this House voted last year, we were not aware of those two decisions. That's why we need this limited suspension to permit the introduction of a measure to restore the interest and dividends tax and to restore business tax cuts, both of which were overwhelmingly paid by the ultra-wealthy in this state. The interest and dividends tax mostly paid by the top 1%, and the BPT and the BET mostly paid by corporations like Amazon and Apple and Walmart. Cutting those taxes, according to the studies, provided little to no positive economic return, but they continue to impact middle class and working residents and our children. An entire generation of Granite State students finished their public education in a funding system multiple courts over multiple decades found inadequate. That generation is now sending their children through that same system. Those children need the opportunity for a better future that public education has provided in this state and this nation for generations. And their parents And every middle class and working individual and those on fixed incomes, they need a tax cut to benefit them, a property tax cut. And they need a tax system that makes those with the most pay their fair share. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, after having heard all that, realize you're not voting on the bill. It doesn't matter if it's a good idea or not. What you're voting on is whether or not there is merit to suspend the rules. This matter was brought to the Rules Committee, and the case for why the bill has to be heard outside the normal schedule, can't just be filed when the time is proper, was not made effectively, and that's why the motion was rejected on a unanimous bipartisan vote. So, even if you like everything you just heard, remember the case to be made is, why does it have to be done at this moment? Why can't it go through the normal process? Why wasn't it vetted earlier? So for that reason, I ask you to reject the motion.
Representative Opal has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a roll call vote on the motion to suspend House rules. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that sometimes it takes courage to do the right thing, and if I believe middle class and working families need a property tax break, and if I believe that increasing state support for public schools is essential to meeting the requirements of 3 decades of court decisions and to our economic future, and if I believe that reintroducing House Bill 503 or a new bill with the same content would assure a tax system where those with the most pay their fair share, would I now vote yes and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I share my colleagues' concern about property tax rates, but I also understand that the House has rules, that those rules are there to prevent us from making mistakes. That's why we go through the process. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this isn't the first time that this plea has been made, and serving on the Rules Committee saw it rejected unanimously, would I now press the red button?
The motion before us is to suspend House rules. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 57 voting yea, 280 voting nay, the motion fails. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 257, removed by Representatives McFarlane, Drew, Tom Mannion, Glasson, Granger, Popovich-Mueller, Mahegan, Polozov, Burnham, and Cochran. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 590, removed by Representatives Lane, Tulersky, Newsom, Ricci, Simpson, Muirhead, Ebel, Snodgrass, Damon, and Ames. From the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, House Bill 113, removed by Representatives Colcomb, Prudhomme O'Brien, Mahegan, Moffett, Mazur, McFarland, Diane Kelly, DeVito, Drago, and Leon. From the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, Senate Bill 106, removed by Representatives Vose, Dan McGuire, Hill, San Bernardino, Schneller, Bernardi, Cambrils, Summers, Doug Thomas, and Mattson.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Bosman moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready? I'm sorry. Seeing that Representative Osborne is in the room, it's Representative Sweeney that made the motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Under the rules of the House, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, HB 241FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, HB 629FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will now attend to the bills on the regular calendar. The Committee on Children and Family Law, which was referred to House Bill 518FN, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services to provide a detailed annual report of all costs incurred by the Division for Children and Youth and Families. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Sheila Seidel for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to recommit this bill to the committee.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the prime sponsor of the bill has recently come to me with new information. I would like to explore that information before we determine the fate of this bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is to recommit House Bill 518 back to the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Bill is recommitted to the committee. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 652 FN, an act abolishing the Family Division, creating the Office of Family Mediation, and reassigning the jurisdiction of the Family Division. Having considered the same, report the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Peterson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative David Love for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee.
The motion is to recommit House Bill 652. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the prime sponsor has new information, and the committee would like to explore that. Thank you.
A division has been called. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to recommit House Bill 652 to committee. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tejas. Yes or no?
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. (183) voting yea, 161 voting nay. It's recommitted to committee. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a reminder. If you had called my office and told us you were going to be late, that's fine. You will be excused for the votes you miss. However, when you come in, it's important that you let me know you're here. That's why when you go to press your button and it won't record, it's not showing anything. So please let me know that you're here before the vote ends. Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 186 FNA, an act relative to legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that bill ought to pass. Representative Jared Sullivan for the committee. The motion before us is ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been called. Members, take your seats. Just members that are in the room. Nobody can come in. Nobody can leave. This is a clarification vote on House Bill 186. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Aaron and Lloyd. Representatives Walsh and Hill. Representative Pitaro. Representative Garota. Representative Spar.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 208 voting aye, 135 voting aye. Committee report is adopted. And it's on its way to finance. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 529, an act relative to the Liquor Commission. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 3070H, printed in House Record 51, pages 88 through 90. The motion before us now is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Can you send a message downstairs right away, please?
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 648 FN, an act relative to insurance coverage for glucose monitoring. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Carrie Spear for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Teresa for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes the chair recognizes Representative Teresa to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in opposition to the current motion for interim study for the House Bill HB 648 because I believe in a better motion for this bill, which is out to pass with amendment. I've already put together the floor amendment, HB 648, 2025-311H. As we all know, diabetes is a serious and progressive disease. That's why it's called slow killer or even silent killer. High and low blood sugar and rapid swings between them damage the body over time. The heart, the brain, the kidneys, the nerves, the eyes, the blood vessels, the feet. These complications are common and can be severe and life-threatening. Medical science has made real progress in how we manage diabetes. One of the most important advances is continuous glucose monitoring, or CGM. It's really a game changer. A CGM uses a small sensor placed just under the skin. It sends glucose readings in real time to a smartphone or a receiver. It tracks your blood sugar all day and all night. This matters because the conventional finger stick testing shows glucose level snapshot only at that point of time. CGM show patterns, trends, highs, lows, changes over time. They include alarms that warn patients when blood sugar enters dangerous ranges called the red zone. It is very easy to use, usually lasts for 14 days, so no need to do finger stick testing multiple times a day to get the blood sugar levels, which itself can be a painful chore every single day. Some diabetic people don't do regular finger stick testing for that reason alone, which can worsen their condition further. With real-time data from CGM, people can act early. They can avoid headaches, dizziness, fatigue, blurred vision, and dangerous crashes or spikes. This is not just about numbers. It is about daily functioning and long-term health. That is why doctors recommend CGMs for diabetes management. And here's the best news, just came out. American Diabetes Association, their 2026 guideline now recommends CGM for diagnosis for anyone who could benefit from it. and it removes its old treatment threshold, which used to be CGM recommendation only for people with insulin. So I hope this new guideline should help you make up your mind. Right now, most insurance plans only cover CGMs once a patient requires insulin. In other words, when the disease has worsened and has reached an advanced stage. Insurance is ready to pay when diabetes becomes more dangerous and more expensive. It refuses to pay when early management could prevent that outcome. HB 648 with the floor amendment fixes this problem. Let's talk about the amendment for a second. It mentions that a prescription shall be required, prior authorization may be required, so this gives an opportunity for the doctors and insurance companies to be on the same page regarding medical treatment. The amendment also puts an effective date of July 1st, 2027 for this bill. This should take away the concern for some of you who worry about the financial implications during this budget cycle or during a time when health premiums are rising due to expiry of Affordable Care Act subsidies. So, as amended, it makes clear that treatment decisions...
The member will suspend.
Should be...
The amendment is not before us right now, so you'll have to keep your comments to the issue of refer for interim study.
Okay. It makes clear that treatment decisions should be driven by medical judgment, not insurance company rules or mandates. A doctor's prescription is required. If a doctor determines that a CGM is appropriate, insurance should cover it. This approach will help patients manage diabetes earlier and more effectively. It reduces complications, it prevents suffering, it also saves money. A CGM costs about $100 a month or less. Advanced diabetes care, insulin therapy, hospitalizations, and emergency treatment care cost far more. We often hear warnings about premium increases whenever coverage is expanded, yet insurance companies post large profits every year. They repeatedly shift costs to consumers while resisting modest investments that could prevent serious illness. In this case, early CGM coverage reduces long-term spending. It is preventive care that lowers risk and cost. Our system spends heavily once people are sick and in crisis. It hesitates to invest when problems are still manageable. HB 648 moves us towards a smarter approach. Treat early, prevent harm, save lives, save money. This is a bipartisan issue. So when you vote today, just think about your loved ones, your parents, your kids, your grandparents, your significant other, your friends, family, relatives, anyone you know who unfortunately might be dealing with diabetes, and see what a blessing this constant glucose monitor CGM can bring to them. How much easier and less painful their lives can be. I urge you to vote no on the interim study motion for HB 648 so we can bring a better motion of how to pass the amendment. Give Granite Staters the tools the doctors recommend. Put medical decisions back where they belong with patients and their physicians. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Commerce Committee recommendation that this bill be voted to go to interim study. Now, there have been changes in recommendations on glucose monitors since the bill was written, but today we need to vote on the bill as it stands before for us, not as we'd like it to be in the future. There is no dispute that glucose monitoring devices are a valuable clinical tool for certain patients. The question before the House is not whether these monitors have medical value, but whether the legislature should mandate insurance coverage for broader populations and shift those costs onto the entire insured pool. Historically, recommendations from the American Diabetes Associations emphasize the use of these monitoring devices for individuals with type 1 diabetes, for patients using insulin, and for those at risk for hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar. More recently, the Diabetes Association has updated its clinical recommendations to recognize that these devices may help a broader range of patients than was earlier thought. However, clinical guidance is not the same as an insurance mandate. As written, this bill would require coverage without clearly defined clinical criteria, allowing utilization beyond those populations for whom glucose monitors were considered medically necessary under established insurance standards. Our insurance commission has determined that this bill would increase premiums at a time when New Hampshire families are already facing rising health costs. In a small insurance market like ours, even relatively modest benefits can result in higher premiums, increased deductibles, or reduced benefits for both families and small businesses. Supporters argue that expanded coverage will generate long-term cost savings. Now, while this may be true for some patients, the evidence remains mixed for broad, non-insulin dependent populations. Insurers must set premiums set based on near-term actuarial certainty, not on projected savings that cannot be reliably priced today. Now, we believe that more research is necessary, is going to be necessary prior to making a final determination regarding the coverage of these glucose monitors, given the changes in recent scientific recommendations. It's for these reasons that we recommend that the House vote interim study for HB 48. I ask you to press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 648. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 648. This is a division vote. The Chair recognizes Representative Teresia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that continuous glucose monitoring CGM devices will help support better diabetes management, thereby providing better health and may slow the progression of diabetes. If I know that CGM will significantly reduce or even eliminate the need for painful chore or frequent finger stick tests by providing automatic real-time glucose readings. If I know that early monitoring and timely intervention may also reduce higher treatment costs that occur later when diabetes becomes more severe. If I know that this bill will remove
the member will
current insurance
suspend.
mandates.
The member will suspend. Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry. We're not making another speech.
Yeah,
And I ask everybody to take that into consideration when you're
Sure.
doing a parliamentary inquiry from this point on. Thank you. Member will continue.
Should I continue? Okay. If I know that this bill will remove the current insurance mandate to cover CGM for diabetes patients only when they require insulin, if I know that treatment decisions should be driven by medical judgment by a doctor and not insurance company rules or mandates, then I would press the red button to defeat this motion for interim study so I can present a better motion for how to pass this amendment. I request for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't normally would do this, but Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amendment is in your calendar and I can read the amendment and it does not say that it requires a doctor's prescription. If I know, Mr. Speaker, this is a wildly new health insurance mandate that really can't be afforded to give out to everybody willy-nilly, would I now support the Commerce Committee and say, let's study this some more? Please vote yes.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 648. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ball. Representative Lane. Representative Page. Representative Sykes.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 309 voting nay, 37 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 194 FN, Act relative to the crime of interference with custody. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Matthew D. Samorin, D. Cornier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Buzz-Shear for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3019H, printed in House Record 51, page 56. There is a debate on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Shear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be surprisingly brief. The underlying bill, HB 194, is a very bad idea. The amendment turns this into a bad idea. So please vote, press the red button.
The chair recognizes Representative Sabira D. Cornier. Boy, I butchered that one, didn't I? But
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, I urge you to support the enactment of the New Hampshire Three Strikes Law, a critical measure to protect children from repeated and deliberate interference with custody orders. Interference to custody orders is an ongoing and deeply harmful issue in New Hampshire. Under current law, repeated custodial interference is often treated as a minor offense, despite the devastating emotional and psychological harm inflicted on children and the targeted parent. The current statute under RSA 633-4, interference to custody, provides criminal penalties for unauthorized removal or concealment of a child. However, it does not escalate penalties for repeat offenders, allowing bad actors to repeatedly violate orders with minimal consequence. Repeated violations demonstrate a clear pattern and is not an accident, but a calculated effort to sever the child's bonds with the other parent. The New Hampshire Three Strikes Law provides a firm but fair structure, a graduated penalty system. First and second offenses for custodial interference are subject to a $500 civil penalty. A third offense becomes a Class B felony under RSA 633-4 if committed within the state, and if the child is taken out of state in violation of a custody order, the offense is treated as a Class B felony on the first offense. This bill is not about punishment, it's about deterrence, accountability, and the protection of family bonds. Children deserve consistency and access to both parents. When court orders are repeatedly violated without consequence, the authority of our legal system is diminished and families are torn apart. By amending RSA 633-4 to implement these structures, we protect the children's relationship with both parents and restore confidence in the court's enforcement authority. Please stand with the children and families of New Hampshire and support the New Hampshire Three Strikes Amendment. Thank you.
A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before this is on the amendment. The motion is on the amendment to House Bill 194. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ebel. Representative Hall and Cornell. Representative Hall. Representative Long.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bad idea to inject the criminal justice system into child custody disputes. I know there are many of you here who have gone through child custody circumstances, who've gone through divorces. Whatever one can say about them, they're emotional times and they're difficult times. Otherwise, rational people behave incredibly poorly. What this bill does is pull into the criminal justice system child custody disputes. It injects the police into child custody disputes. It is a burdensome for police departments. It's burdensome for the court system, and there are already mechanisms available. One, for serious interference with child custody, there are already criminal penalties in place. For minor interference with child custody, such as dropping off the kids an hour late, or showing up too early, or showing up late, those are already dealt with well in the civil contempt proceeding, in the underlying divorce proceeding and child custody proceeding. We've got to stop criminalizing everything we possibly can. This protects everyone from the difficulty of having criminal violations on their record for dropping off a child late. We don't want to do that, even though the first time it's a $500 fine. So it is a mistake. It's unneeded, and I urge you to press the red button. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Saborin D. Cournier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's already a misdemeanor right now. This bill discourages willful, repeated interference in lawful child custody and parenting time orders due to the instatement of the three strikes provision. With this provision in place, potential offenders now face an escalated penalty system as opposed to the current law, which the criminal justice system is already a part of this, which fails to deter the most zealous of offenders from continuously violating custody orders. However, by only charging offenders with violations for the first two offenses as opposed to a misdemeanor right now, which is a $1,200 fine, consideration for the emotional and psychological welfare of children involved in custody disputes is given. Because in New Hampshire, we value a child's desire and right to have stable, meaningful relationships with both parents while allowing first and second time offenders a chance to correct their behavior. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 194. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is a division vote. Motion before us, majority committee report of order passes and amended on House Bill 194. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry. Oh, I'm sorry. Alessandra Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the civil court system already has the accountability tools necessary to maintain safe and fair child custody practices, and if I know that our criminal courts are already significantly overburdened, and if I further know that this legislation would make felons of parents, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I've never ever heard anything good about our family court and don't want to rely on them to solve these as they're allegedly being done, and if I also know that there's no such thing as a minor interference in custody of your children when you are expecting to see them and someone doesn't deliver them, and finally, if I know that if someone after 3 times withholds custody of your children and didn't get the message, they do deserve to be charged criminally, would I then vote with the committee and press the green button?
The motion before us order passes amended the majority committee report on House Bill 194. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harvey.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 194 voting yea, 152 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred House Bill 609 FN, an act relative to the general court's authority over the sale, purchase, ownership, use, possession, transportation, licensing, permitting, taxation, and other matters pertaining to firearms, stun guns, tasers, pepper spray devices, knives, and other self-defense tools. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, I report with the following resolution resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Muse for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes. No, Mrs. Bills on second reading and open to further amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Farrington to offer a floor amendment. He has requested a division, so there, a roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Farrington Floor Amendment 0019H in your seat pockets. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill does nothing to improve the safety of our communities and disempowers our communities at the same time, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Kofal for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Granite Staters cherish our God-given Second Amendment rights, and furthermore, if I know that this amendment makes it crystal clear that the General Court shall exercise exclusive authority over issues impacting our Second Amendment rights, not cities and towns, not conservation commissions, not executive branch agencies, would I then press the green button to strengthen, affirm, and preserve our Second Amendment rights here in New Hampshire? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the floor amendment offered by Representative Farrington. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 193 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Muse. Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 609 would broaden an existing state law that already bans counties, municipalities, and other political subdivisions from regulating firearms, ammunition, and knives. Specifically, this bill would expand the list of items that can't be regulated to include stun guns, tasers, pepper spray devices, and what it ambiguously refers to as other self-defense tools. When I first reviewed this bill, I thought it was interesting that blackjacks and brass knuckles didn't make it onto the list, but then I remembered that the body across the hall has consistently rejected every attempt to normalize, legalize, or loosen regulation of these weapons that this chamber has made during the last 4 legislative sessions. But no worries, that's why the bill before us includes other tools of self-defense. So in addition to blackjacks and brass knuckles, other weapons municipalities could conceivably be restricted from regulating under this ban could also include things like collapsible batons, wrist spikes, tactical war hammers, maybe even hand grenades, and flamethrowers. So why is this an issue? It's an issue because, unfortunately, we're living in a time when people of all political persuasions are very deeply concerned about the potential for political violence. What this bill would do is remove any remaining vestige of power that our local boards and city councils might have when it comes to passing rules or ordinances that, in the interest of public safety, prohibit weapons like these in public meetings, public buildings, or from events held on public property. But unfortunately, the overreach doesn't stop there. That's because this bill also removes the authority of the executive branch and all state agencies to issue rules or regulations that restrict weapons in state facilities or public events held by state agencies. This bill actually crosses out the wording from the existing statute that allows the state to regulate weapons and conveys total authority to the general court, except as explicitly provided under another statute. So the good news is at least this bill won't end the prohibition to bringing firearms and other weapons into courtrooms. Unfortunately, we have no such law that specifically applies to events like Thunder Over Peas, which is the air show that takes place periodically in Portsmouth over at the trade port. Currently, the sponsors of Thunder Over Peas prohibit weapons of any type beyond the entry point at the trade port. So why does this matter? It matters because the sponsor of the event is the New Hampshire Air National Guard. And under state law, the Air National Guard is a state agency that's part of the New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services and sits under the jurisdiction of the Governor of New Hampshire through the Adjutant General. As it turns out, we actually do have a statute that allows the Adjutant General to secure National Guard facilities using necessary means, including arming personnel. But as it also turns out, we have no statute that explicitly, which is what this bill requires, explicitly allows the Guard to regulate weapons carried by civilians at its events. Over the years, it's been understood that the Adjutant General maintains control over facility security and has the power to issue rules that balance state and federal authority, as well as Second Amendment rights. Unfortunately, with this bill, that understanding would disappear under a dark cloud, and a cloud would be cast over the future ability of the Guard to issue and enforce rules that ensure facility security and protect military personnel, as well as the public at Guard events like Thunder Over Peas. Moreover, this bill also has the potential to make it more difficult to enforce federal laws banning the unauthorized carrying of weapons at Guard facilities that combine state and federal missions. As some of you may recall, a few years ago, this body actually passed a different law that restricts state and local officials from enforcing any federal firearms laws that are inconsistent with our state law. This bill would create just such an inconsistency. And this means that as a state agency, the Guard would be unable to enforce any federal laws that conflict with or are consistent with this bill. So all of this raises a really big question. What does the future hold for an event like Thunder Over Peas that injects millions of dollars into the seacoast economy if we went ahead and passed a law that prohibits the Air National Guard from effectively protecting its personnel, its property, and the safety of the tens of thousands of people who go to that event? It's a question that we don't get to answer. It's a question that the Guard is going to have to answer for itself. The question that we have to answer today is why we're letting it reach that point. What we're about to decide is which is more important: passing unneeded legislation that further strips local control, potentially endangers our military, and creates the very real potential for more mayhem and violence in many more places, or simply leaving this unneeded, ill-considered bill behind us so we can actually focus on the issues the voting public cares about, like increasing affordability, making our communities safer, and expanding housing and childcare opportunities. I ask you to oppose this motion and to vote red so another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everything that my colleague said for the last 30 seconds is incorrect. Pease Air Force Base, or Pease Authority Base, is owned entirely exclusively by the federal government and is allowed to be used by the National Guard. The federal government has control of the air base, and they set the rules. We don't set the rules for who can carry what on the air base. So everything you just heard about the thunder in the sky and the millions of dollars, it was all a straw man. It's not true. Let's get to the real heart of the matter. Can we carry firearms in this room? Yes. Are we better than the rest of our citizens? No. Then why do they have to be stripped of their self-defense to go to the Registry of Motor Vehicles, to go to any other facility that we don't specifically list as a sensitive place? We have taken the time, we are thoughtful, and we said, you know what? Courts, nobody should have guns in there except for the people that are protecting the court, because those places, things get very hot and judges are risking their lives up there. So we did it, and we can do it for other places should we need to. But we should not have a blanket ability for some unelected bureaucrat to decide no one's going to have firearms in my building, their rights are restricted. So long as we can carry weapons here to defend ourselves, the people we represent should be able to do the same darn thing wherever they go in this state. And I ask you to reject wholeheartedly everything that the other side just said. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order Pass on House Bill 609. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Order Pass on House Bill 609. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill disempowers elected officials and not unelected bureaucrats, that it's unneeded, that it leaves our communities and state agencies powerless when it comes to a critical aspect of ensuring public safety, and jeopardizes an event that injects millions into the seacoast economy and creates the very real potential for violence and mayhem in many more places. And if I also know that the people of New Hampshire are sick of conquered power grabs, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill clarifies that the word state means the general court, and if I know by passing it, it will not have any effect on federal jurisdiction, including the air show. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that state agencies do not make laws, and even their regulations have to be vetted by the general court, when I now press green with the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, majority committee report, ought to pass on House Bill 609. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Muirhead. Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Boschman.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 193 voting yea, 151 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred Senate Bill 15FN, an act relative to establishing a mandatory minimum sentence for the crime of distribution of a controlled drug with death resulting. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Buzz Scheer for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3096H, printed in House Record 51, pages 101 to 103. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass this amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gathright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill as amended, not because the crimes it targets are anything short of horrific, they are, but because this proposal creates labor camps that are expensive and dangerous. They raise serious public safety risks, constitutional concerns, and major fiscal consequences that this body should not ignore. The amendment would require lifelong hard labor for people convicted of capital murder or the sexual assault of a child. And when you read the language closely, what it really does is authorize the Department of Corrections to put the most dangerous people in our prison system into physically demanding labor, potentially outside secure facilities for the rest of their lives. That should give all of us Pause. We're talking about people who will never be released, people who by definition pose the high risk, people who prior to this bill were not eligible to work outside the walls of the prison. Sending them into work details involving construction, sanitation, or infrastructure isn't tough on crime. It's risky. It puts corrections officers, civilian workers, and the public in harm's way if something goes wrong. But it is also expensive. Hard labor is not free. It requires increased staffing, overtime transportation, security equipment, medical monitoring, training, and insurance. Every injury, every lawsuit, every staffing shortage costs the state real money. And when something goes wrong, and national research shows that it often does, the bill doesn't go to a private contractor, it comes back to New Hampshire taxpayers. Creating labor camps like those in North Korea, China, and Russia also creates serious constitutional concerns. It mandates labor camps for life. It punishes people who are medically unable to perform. And it authorizes long-term isolation as an alternative punishment. That is a recipe for lawsuits, court challenges, and years of uncertainty, not justice or closure. Litigation is not hypothetically here. It is inevitable and it is costly. And I want to zoom out for a moment and talk about priorities. We can't keep cutting taxes for out-of-state corporations and billionaires at the same time vote to increase long-term correctional costs that local property taxpayers will be paying for decades to come. This amendment does exactly that. And finally, a word about deterrence. There is no evidence that hard labor deters crime like these. People who commit murder or sexual violence against children are not weighing sentence enhancements. They are acting out of violence, compulsion, or abuse of power. Adding hard labor may feel satisfying to some, but it does not make our community safer at all. And it certainly does not make our budgets healthier. We already imposed the harshest sentence possible, life without parole. That sentence protects the public. This bill, as amended, does not add safety. It adds labor camps that are dangerous and costly. We can be tough without being reckless. We can honor victims without creating new risk. And we can reject a bill that sounds strong, but ultimately puts most people and more taxpayer dollars in harm's way. For those reasons, I urge you to press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if anyone can find the words labor camp anywhere in that bill, I will give you my entire salary. Although I anticipate I'll get to keep my $100 after taxes because it's not in there. What we need to think about is a couple of things. Right now, if you have a child under 13 years old who is raped and that person is sentenced to 20 to 40 years in jail, every single day you and your daughter are going to relive that crime for the rest of her life. The person sentenced to jail is going to work on getting himself a degree on taxpayer dollars. He's going to use his iPad. He's going to enjoy his time. He's going to work out and use the gym. He is going to forget about your daughter. If one of your loved ones is murdered and the person is sentenced to the harshest penalty we have, life without parole, you are going to relive the death of your loved one. The fact that at every birthday you're reminded, every Christmas their chair is empty. every day you're going to remember that death, but the person who got life without parole is still going to do the same things. He's going to go in there and he's going to get a degree. He is going, that he can never use, but we're going to pay for it anyway. And he's going to use the iPad and keep in shape and get free health care. Or we can add the opportunity for a jury to decide that the crime was so heinous, a supermajority of the jury, that that person needs to remember that crime for the rest of their life or as long as they're in there. And 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, they will do hard labor. Also, not in that bill was anything about taking them outside the walls. It is exclusively up to the commissioner whether or not he does that. If the commissioner decides to have a very inexpensive truckload of sand brought into the yard and hands that prisoner a bunch of sandbags and says, fill those and move them over here, and tomorrow he says, move them back there and unfill them, that is hard labor and it's very cheap, and that person will think about the rape of the child he did. Vote with us and support punishing people that do the most evil crimes that I can think of. Thank you very much.
Representative Muse has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of order passes amended on Senate Bill 15. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment creates a new permanent correctional mandate with significant staffing, security, and litigation costs, and if I know that no fiscal note, risk assessment, or constitutional review has been presented to this body, and if I further know that we cannot be consistent with our responsibility to taxpayers and public safety if we support this legislation, then would I press the red button and vote no on a motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the labor that is used, defined in this bill, are the same daily tasks that many people call careers right here in New Hampshire to support their families, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill as amended only is taking into account people that are convicted of capital murder or pedophiles, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that I can't think of any greater example of cruel and unusual punishment than forever damaging a child's life for your own sexual gratification, would I now press green? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order passes amended on Senate Bill 15. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state the vote. 179 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I'd like to move that we place the debate on Senate Bill 15 in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 112FN, an act requiring students in the university and community college systems of New Hampshire to pass United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Civics Naturalization Test. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Wayne Burton for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3095H, printed in House Record 51, pages 50 through 51. The question before us is the ought to pass motion on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 112, a bill requiring students in the university and community college system to pass the United States Citizen and Immigration Services Civics Naturalization Test. The bill fails to comport with RSA 187-A:16, stating that the institutions, these are the USNH institutions, are allowed to operate with the highest degree of autonomy and self-governance. This would include graduation requirements. Clearly, each institution is a little different in its culture and personality, which gave rise to this language. But in case you ignore that, you may be comforting in knowing that RSA 189:11 requires New Hampshire students graduating public and private secondary schools must pass either a locally developed competency assessment of government and civics in the U.S. citizens, meaning New Hampshire students have already met the requirement when they matriculate. And as the majority blurb points out, 30-plus states now have this requirement, so why force USNH and CCSNH to set up data systems and tie up staff time collecting this data? Not to mention that many of those students in the 30 states have already taken the test too. As I point out, this is a nightmare for the community colleges. They advise me, quote, "We're concerned about the way the administrative aspects intersect with student success and will create barriers for students who have otherwise earned their degrees and prevent them from graduating." The combination of the workload of the colleges to manage this and the effect on students is definitely a concern. Further, the bill does not define student. A student graduating with an associate degree, those in certificate programs, does it include non-credit students in programs like their 8-week microelectronics boot camp? In the USNH part, it refers to undergraduate student. They never received a response to the request to define student. Certainly the community colleges believe in promoting civic engagement, but the bill is unclear with regard to community college students. But here are some of the things that the college are doing now. Each of USNH's institutions take great pride in the civic course offerings and extracurricular experiences that students are afforded across the communities. Keene State College, civic engagements has been an explicit college-wide learning outcome of Keene State for the past decade. Plymouth State University, in addition to several other course offerings, PSU's general education program has a self and society requirement that inherently speaks to the notion of civics and addresses citizenship. The University of New Hampshire has a new general education requirement that is dedicated to civics, entitled Civic Engagement and Democracy. My concern this morning, though, is beyond this bill. It goes to the disrespect that's been accorded to the University of New Hampshire, who I represent proudly in the legislature. When they surveyed students who had been admitted to UNH this fall and found out why they had pulled their application, 13% said the main reason for attending other institution was the coverage of the state budget cuts. People pay attention to testimony. People pay attention to the fact the UNH was cut severely. People pay attention to comments like, I'm happiest when I'm cutting the university's budget. Students at a meeting I had with them on campus mentioned that speech particularly. HB 112 could give students UNH, that institution where UNH competes, for one or more simple reason to turn away and choose another state or insert another barrier to graduation into the workforce. Why risk even fewer students remaining in New Hampshire? New Hampshire, by the way, has the oldest population and the oldest workforce in the country. 27% are 55 years and older and will be retiring in the next few years. Who will be equipped and still here to fill those shoes? USNH equips them to immediately add value to the workforce. USNH education graduates students into nearly every top occupation demanded in New Hampshire that requires a bachelor's or an advanced degree. RNs, advanced nursing levels, teachers, social workers, mental health professionals, physical therapists, accountants, software developers, HR personnel. USNH has the largest pipeline into the state for future talent, attracting 10,000 students from the region and country per year, and graduates 3,000 students into the New Hampshire workforce who become taxpayers, community members, and leaders, and who live, work, build businesses and futures here. Does cutting their budget make any sense? That should be our priority, not talking about testing students for a civics course. New Hampshire state funding directly subsidizes the cost of in-state tuition to retain more of the 60% of high school graduates who leave the state. USNH has done its part by freezing tuition for 6 years, which reduced the cost by 7% during a time of 23% year-over-year inflation. 80% of USNH graduates who stay in New Hampshire are from New Hampshire. Why place another barrier with HB 112? Even during the state and federal cuts, UNH, KSC, and PSU adapted to provide cost-effective solutions by sharing real estate, programming resources, using online courses, and building pathways from the community college to USNH. We're no longer the highest tuition cost regionally. Why would you burden the USNH and CSCNH with a requirement most have already met and run the risk of losing them to other states? This is not just business for me, this is quite personal. When I was in the military in Vietnam, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. Maybe some of you have had that feeling when you finally grow up. And I wrote a letter to the graduate office at University of New Hampshire, and they got a letter immediately back saying your academic record as an undergraduate isn't quite so stellar, but we'll admit you to the University of New Hampshire on a conditional basis. And if you do well the first semester, then you can be a regular student. That's what they did for me, and they do it for students all over the state. I glad to say I got all A's after that. I went on to get a doctorate and became a college president of all things. I urge you, this is not a good idea. We're already doing it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Peoples.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, a couple of terms ago, we passed House Bill 320, requiring every high school graduate to score at least 70 on the 128 question U.S. naturalization exam. It had bipartisan support, sailed through both chambers, and was signed with ceremony by the governor. And it had been a clear success, strengthening support for public education and increasing the value of the New Hampshire high school diploma. HB 112 is a logical sister to that reform. It requires graduates of our public colleges to meet the same basic civic standards. Students who have already passed the test in high school are exempt. This bill simply closes the gaps for out-of-state students and older students so that public college graduates share the same universal baselines of civic knowledge. Why does it matter? Because civil ignorance is real, widespread, and documented. A 2024 survey of the American Council of Trustees and Alumni found that 60% of students could not identify the length of congressional terms. And that's just one example of a cavalcade of ignorance. This test should not be regarded as a comprehensive solution, but it does require the mastery of essential foundations of civic knowledge every graduate of a public institution should possess. Opponents claim this requirement would discourage applicants. We reject that outright. Modest adherence do not weaken degrees, they strengthen them. They increase public confidence and support for our post-secondary educational systems. We are also told, more or less, to butt out and let the colleges run themselves. That argument ignores the basic civics fact that the legislature has invested billions of dollars in taxpayer funds in these institutions. It's unreasonable to expect that every graduate knows basic civics. To tell this body to back off is an insult to the legislature, the taxpayers, and the citizens of New Hampshire. We further warn that this would be unprecedented. But contraire, other states, including South Dakota, Missouri, Florida, already have similar requirements. Even elite institutions like Purdue University require graduates to pass a civics exam. Finally, the fiscal note. Yes, it's large, and yes, it's absurd. The Office of Legislative Services confirmed that they simply asked the colleges what it would cost. According to the fiscal note, each campus would need to spend $130,000 to hire someone to administer the test. Yet every high school in the state, large and small, already administers this exam without hiring six-figure administrators through existing systems. Colleges already have admissions and register offices perfectly capable of handling this. There is no need to hire anyone. This bill should not even have a fiscal note. Mr. Speaker, parents, students, and citizens are watching, and they want this legislature to stand up for knowledge, accountability, and civic literacy. I urge members to press the shiny green button of knowledge, not the dull red button of ignorance. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. I request a roll call vote.
Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
Roll call.
I said Representative Luna asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 112. House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ricci for a parliamentary inquiry. Ricky, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that under RSA 187-A:16, the University System Board of Trustees shall be responsible for managing the university system in a manner which promotes academic excellence and serves the educational needs of the people of New Hampshire, not the New Hampshire House of Representatives. And if I know that this bill is estimated to cost up to $500,000 annually in administrative support at a time when this legislature significantly cut the University System of New Hampshire's appropriation, and if I know that this bill fails to identify what constitutes proof of test passage, who that proof should be reported to, and what record keeping is required, would I now press the red button and vote no? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that spending 20 years working and teaching in the university and the community college systems, actually, Mr. Speaker, 20 years in the community college system and 12 years in the university system, teaching and working, taught me that our public college graduates are woefully ignorant when it comes to how our country works. Mr. Speaker, if I also know that contrary to the bogus HB 112 fiscal note, that this civics test can be administered online at little or no cost. No cost. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that passing HB 112 will increase the value of a New Hampshire public college degree and increase public support for New Hampshire public colleges, would I then not press the dull red button of ignorance, but rather press the sharp, shiny green knowledge or green button of knowledge? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passes amended, House Bill 112. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Spar. Representative Ward.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 192 voting yea, 158 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. For what reason does the member rise?
A matter of personal privilege.
You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, in his PI, the last speaker suggested that it would be a bad idea for me to push the red button of ignorance. I find that that is a personal attack on my reputation. It does not help us forward our work in this House, and I object to it strongly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are going to take our lunch now that it's 12 o'clock. Try and be back here and do your best to be back here for 1 o'clock. We still got a lot of work to do. Representative Moffett, Representative Peoples.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, we used a little bit of colorful language in terms of voting green and red, and I regret if anyone was offended.
My apologies for leading my friend down the primrose path. We certainly didn't mean to push anybody's buttons.
The majority of the Committee on Education funding, to which was referred House Bill 295, an act making school building aid program funds non-lapsing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes the Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call on this bill.
Okay.
Yes. This speech is 1 minute long, so I challenge all of you to make your speech shorter. In 2008, at the beginning of the Great Recession, the state placed a moratorium on school building aid. The moratorium has since been lifted, but only 6 districts have received grants which cover between 30 and 60% of a project's cost. Salem, Rumney, and Allenstown have received a total of $36 million. This last biennium, Rochester, Barnstead, and Monadnock Regional received an award of $48 million. There is no money for new projects in the current biennium budget. Dozens of school districts are in desperate need of renovations or replacement, but taxpayers simply cannot afford projects without financial help from the state. The purpose of this bill is to maximize the number of grants by making the building aid appropriation non-lapsing. Returning amounts too small to cover a project, and the surplus from large projects that come in under budget will accumulate enough money to cover an additional project. Some districts on the waiting list are waiting for grants smaller than $700,000. Please vote no on the motion to ITL so all the money appropriated for building aid can be used to provide a safe and healthy environment for our school children.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, school building aid has never been my favorite program because it's very expensive to administer, application fees and so on, and only a handful of school districts get any benefit out of it. 170 or so get nothing. So it doesn't seem like a very good program. But even if you like the school building aid program, this particular bill is not going to be effective in what it's trying to do, which is get more money into it. Why? For 2 reasons. It's incompatible with the budget process. In the budget process, House Bill 1 and House Bill 2 are legislation that takes precedence over previous legislation. And so let's suppose we wanted to give $50 million to school building aid and there were $2 million left over because of this bill. Well, we would just put in House Bill 2, allocate $48 million, and notwithstanding any other, section of law, that kind of thing, right? So we make the budget to be what we want for current spending, sort of, knowing the existing situation. The second thing is about lapses. You might think that in the budget, if we allocate some money and it's unspent at the end of the biennium, then it's left over and can be spent on something else. But in reality, we budget lapses. So if we were to allocate, if we were to spend $1 million, right, if we have $1 million to spend, we actually in the budget spend $1,025,000. We add 2.5% to how much revenue we think we're going to have, and we spend it because we expect lapses to happen, right? So really at the end of the biennium, there's no money left over. It's the leftover money has already been allocated and already been spent. So this bill to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislator on House Bill 295. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weinstein for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many school construction and renovation projects have been stuck on the building aid waiting list with almost no funding for new projects over the past 15 years, and if I know that the waiting list includes not only major construction projects, but also smaller renovations that could be funded with relatively modest amounts, and I know that making the building aid fund non-lapsing allows those unused funds to accumulate until there is enough to fund an additional project, instead of letting the money disappear, then would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Megan for parliamentary inquiry. Mahegan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that school building aid is poorly thought out program, which creates a handful of winners and at the expense of a whole lot of losers, and if I know that this bill is based on the misconception of how the budget process works, would I now press the green button to support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 295. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Katsouris, how do you want to vote? How do you want to vote? Yes or no? Representative Chireza? Thumbs up or down, please. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 191 voting yea, 150 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 366 FNA, an act relative to school building aid for eligible projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Keith Earth for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Tony Weinstein for the minority. The amendment is 3082H, printed in House Record 51, pages 76 through 77. The chair recognizes Representative Weinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this amendment may sound reasonable on the surface, but it misses the heart of the problem we are trying to solve. Yes, having a ranked list that prioritizes schools based on urgency and building conditions makes sense. But let's be honest about the reality of that list. In the last biennium, just 4 out of 17 applications were funded. That left 13 schools serving nearly 7,000 students waiting. Their family is effectively losing a building aid lottery. And while the moratorium suspended state funding, it did not suspend time. It did not stop roofs from leaking, boilers from failing, or buildings, some over 100 years old, from continuing to deteriorate. More than 30 communities have already been forced to fund these critical projects entirely on their own because their children couldn't wait for an uncertain future. As introduced, HB 366 directly addresses this inequity. It increases school building aid from $50 million to $60 annually, dedicating half of that increase to projects on the ranked list and half to reimbursing communities that had no choice but to move forward during the moratorium, at least partially restoring what they would have received. That matters. This amendment ignores that solution. It does nothing for the families still waiting and nothing for the communities that have already invested over $537 million in their children's education and in schools that will serve generations to come. Let's also keep perspective. This $10 million increase represents just 10% of the $100 million cost of universal EFAs. Yet it supports 160,000 students who are attending their local public schools. These students don't have national lobbying groups or flashy campaigns advocating for them. They have us. We were elected to represent their interests, and this bill, as written, does that. The amendment does not. I urge you to reject it and stand with the students, families, and communities who are counting on us to do what's fair. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Earth.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 366 made an appropriation to building aid. As there is no money available, this amendment replaces the bill with the restoration of the building aid priority formula to what previously existed. In the last biennium, the priority process was changed such that projects resubmitted from the prior biennium were moved to the top of the list in the order they held in that prior biennium for the current biennium. New projects went through the prioritization rubric and then were placed below those from the prior biennium. The result is that lower priority projects from the prior biennium occur before higher priority projects from the current biennium. This causes building aid funds to be misallocated to lower priority projects. This amendment restores the original prioritization. At the start of the biennium, all resubmitted projects and new projects are put through the prioritization rubric to produce a new prioritized list of all current building aid projects. Building aid funds are then allocated to the highest priority projects. The prioritization rubric has remained the same throughout and is published for the public to review. Please join me in pressing the green button to pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the amendment. The motion before us is Amendment 3082H. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy winter, colleagues. If I know that this Replace All amendment proposes a fundamental change in the way we prioritize school building aid projects, and if I know that the amendment ignores the issue of building aid for projects during the aid moratorium, which was the primary purpose of the original bill, if I know the amendment did not have a public hearing nor adequate process for careful consideration with stakeholders, would I now press the red button and respect our proper democratic process?
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill as amended requires school districts and charter public schools with school building aid projects not funded during a given biennium due to insufficient funds to resubmit those project applications to the department for future consideration in the next budget cycle. If I also know the resubmitted applications will be considered, rated, and prioritized among all newly received applications to ensure that limited state resources are applied to the neediest prioritized applications and not necessarily to an application carried forward from the previous biennium. And if I further know the amended school building aid process parallels the original intent of legislation back in 2013, which I presented, which said those previous applications must be considered, not put on a waiting list to be prioritized first in the next budget cycle, would I then support directing grant funds to the application having the greatest need, regardless of date, submitted, or wait list by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us ought to pass on Amendment 3082H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. On the amendment.
Representative Seibert.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 196 voting yea, 151 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We're now on to ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Ricci for Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This proposes a significant change to the application process for school building aid. While the minority did not disagree that the application process needs an overhaul, this is not the way to make that happen. This was never scheduled for a hearing. Many stakeholders should have been allowed to weigh in on what that process should be. Today's bill should be defeated and let the 4 school building aid bills that are proposed for the 2026 session go through the hearing and testimony process. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Burf. Representative Burf is waving off. This is a roll call vote. We've had a request for a roll call vote. Representative Luno, is it sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 366. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weinstein for a parliamentary inquiry. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill does nothing to address the shortage of school building aid funds, while the budget for year 2 of the biennium has 0 building aid dollars, if I know the 160,000 New Hampshire public school students are relying on us to represent their building needs adequately and fairly, without scarves or national lobbyist funds, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill as amended will direct money accurately to the school building aid projects which address the greatest needs in this state, will I then press the green button? Thank you.
Motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 366. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it's headed to finance. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 491, an act establishing a committee to study alternative funding methods for public education and how to reduce its reliance on local real estate property taxes. Having considered the same, resolved the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury from majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Dick Ames from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask that you vote to defeat the pending ITL motion on House Bill 491. House Bill 491 seeks to establish a new 9-member study committee comprised of 5 members from the House and 4 from the Senate. This study committee will have a threefold mandate. First, to assess the manner in which New Hampshire now funds public schools. Second, to specifically focus in its study on the impacts of our current public school funding system's over-reliance on and overburdening of the local real property tax. And third, to make recommendations for rebalancing and changing available revenue sources to thereby reduce the current extreme dependence on local real estate property taxes. Thoughtful, comprehensive judicial rulings issued in 2025, building on lengthy trials and fact-finding and a line of state-level jurisprudence that reaches back at least 30 years, have exposed the constitutional, fiscal, and ethical deficiencies of our current public school funding system. Too many children are being hurt by these public school funding deficiencies. Too many local property taxpayers, educators, and families are being overburdened. The pattern of hurt and overburden is uneven and unfair. It is the inevitable product of extreme variances from town to town in local taxable property wealth, of too little state aid, and of vast disparities from one school district to the next in local student educational needs. And too much state revenue is being lost to unneeded vouchers, tax credits, tax loopholes, and a tax system that weighs disproportionately more on those at the lower end of the income scale. We need to get this study done this year so that informed budget adjustments may be made in the current budget wherever possible, and so that the developers of the next biennial budget, the one that will be for fiscal year 2028 through fiscal year 2029, will be able to work into that budget bill the HB 491 Study Committee's findings and recommendations. In sum, the study called for by HB 491 is a much-needed step for us to take on the way to establishing for all students, regardless of zip code, a constitutionally adequate, sound, and educationally excellent public school system. So please join me in pressing the red button to defeat the pending ITL motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the sponsor of HB 491, and I'm asking you to support the ITL motion. I made this motion in committee after becoming persuaded that though these issues deserve the attention of this body, this particular vehicle of a joint legislative committee in this second year of the biennium is not the right method at the right time. When I formulated this bill a year ago as an LSR, we had not yet taken the action in the House of breaking out an education funding committee. And subsequently, the Senate did the same thing. So I'm convinced that the proper place for this discussion in the immediate future is in the Education Funding Committee, and I'd like you to leave it there. So please vote to ITL the bill, and if we make no progress, then I think something like this would at that time be the right way to go. And we have a bill proposing a similar sort of joint legislative committee that was introduced this morning and is being referred to education funding. So please give this committee, which is only a year old, a chance to carry the ball. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to questions?
No, thank you.
Member does not yield. Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Phoenix Committee to legislate on House Bill 491. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that repeated court decisions, including 2 this past summer, have found that the state is not meeting our constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education for all students, and if I know that the public urgently needs local property tax relief, which can only be achieved by thoughtful, informed decisions about revenue at the state level, and if I know that study must be done this year so the recommendations are available for the budget process next year, then would I now stop kicking the can down the road and press the red button so an effective motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know another education study committee to address alternative revenue sources is not needed, as this topic is already the responsibility of statutory committees in both the House and the Senate. And if I know in 2014, the state provided approximately $566 million in aid to local school districts, and by 2024, that figure had grown to more than $701 million, roughly a 24% increase during a time of declining enrollments. And lastly, if I know there are a number of considerations beyond revenue that should also be taken to address education funding, such as increased fiscal accountability and monitoring, would I then press the green button saying no to another unneeded study committee? Thank you.
The motion before us is the motion majority report of ITL on House Bill 491. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Schmidt. Representative Mills.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? Also tend to say the vote. 195 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 510 FN, an act relative to establishing certain due process rights for students, students' organizations, and faculty members facing disciplinary actions by the state institutions of higher learning. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Daniel Popovici Mueller for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne Burton for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3092H, printed in House Record 51, pages 86 through 87. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak against House Bill 510. The bill is directed to change how disciplinary hearings are conducted at state colleges and universities. But there's a lot wrong with this bill. While on the surface it sounds like a good idea, the bill does not improve upon what's already in place today. The bill as amended would require our community and state colleges and universities to conduct disciplinary hearings just like what would be done in a court of law. Trial attorneys for the plaintiffs and defendants, attorneys for the college, witnesses, cross-examination, all of it. For criminal conduct, all of this is available through the judicial system. But not all conduct warrants this kind of tribunal. Nor do all the victims want to go through all of this and be victimized again, or potentially face retribution, or be doxxed by some jerk-off. None of the colleges in New Hampshire do this, public or private. The disciplinary processes in place today are tailored to the circumstances. Sometimes it's elevated to the courts, but for most proceedings, it's not about breaking the law, but about breaking some rules. Let's not mandate a criminal due process for a few kids having a beer on a Friday afternoon or tailgating before a football game. And don't even think about the cost to implement such a process at every community and state college and university, coming close to $1 million when we're already out, when we've already cut the university budget by $35 million, and the state's leaving this last fiscal year $67 million in the hole. Let's get serious and vote no on a bill like this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. When the former Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court pushes this year after year, you'd better trust that there is a good reason why. We actually agreed with that last term when we passed this bill, only for it to be interim studied across the wall. The current bill addresses the concerns of the Senate. We also listened carefully when our minority members of the committee raised a significant issue around the ability of an accused to cross-examine their accuser, and we removed that ability from the bill. The committee amendment does that. But other than that, nobody was willing to specify what exactly part of due process they find so unacceptable that they oppose this bill. Instead, they somehow simultaneously argued that no changes are needed because all this is already provided, but if we do implement the changes, there will be huge costs. Well, kind of have to pick one of the two, really. So here's what I would like to tell you. I've heard a lot of people, a lot of them in this room right now, that are so concerned about due process not being followed at the federal level. And I agree that any time when agencies, parts of the government do not respect due process, that is a problem. We have the Constitution for a reason. But if we are concerned about due process at the federal level, we should also be concerned about it here. If due process is applied to regular citizens, it should apply to our citizens who are enrolled in a school. So I would urge all of you to lead by example on due process, and please support this well thought out bill that absolutely deserves to become law. Thank you.
Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 510. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 510. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know all 9 rights HB 510 calls for already exist in current law, making HB 510 redundant, and if I know FB 510 calls for all records, including photos, to be retained after a case is adjudicated, including those in cases of felonious sexual assault, and could be accessed by the public, intimidating victims from coming forward, contrary to Title IX, the federal law which calls for their destruction once a case is adjudicated. And lastly, and most importantly, under questioning in the hearing and work sessions when asked to cite any evidence the current system is not working, the sponsor replied, and I quote from the minutes of the meeting, quote, "If you want a specific instance in New Hampshire, I can't give you one," end quote. Would you now vote no on a bill you don't need? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is designed to counter the ever-present evil of political correctness, which unfortunately permeates modern-day academia, by ensuring that basic fairness is provided to students, student organizations, and faculty members facing disciplinary proceedings, and if I know that the opponents of this bill argue, on the one hand, that the bill is unnecessary because the UNH and the community college system already provide adequate due process protections to those facing discipline. But if I also know that if that argument is true, then this bill will have no impact whatsoever on the processes of the community college system or the university, because it specifically says that if existing procedures provide equivalent due process protections, then they're fine. And if I also know that the opponents of the bill, on the other hand, argue, as we've just heard, that the bill will impose substantial and unnecessary burdens on the colleges in order to comply with its terms, and if I know that the latter argument amounts to an acknowledgement by the opponents that the current disciplinary system actually falls short of affording adequate due process protections, then would I conclude that the opponents of the bill cannot have it both ways. The bill cannot both be unnecessary because equivalent due process protections are already provided, and unduly burdensome because it will require the colleges and universities to make tremendous changes. And for that reason,
The representative will suspend. This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, would I then press the green button to support the OTPA motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Order passes amendment House Bill 510. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to say to the vote. 197 voting yea, 149 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 651 FN, an act modifying the base costs and differential aid costs of inadequate education. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Dick Ames from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise this time to ask that you vote to defeat the pending ITL motion on House Bill 491. House Bill 491's, whoops, we'll try again. You got the other pocket. Yeah, I got a little mixed up there. There we go, thank you. Okay, here we go again. I rise to ask that you vote to defeat the pending ITL motion on House Bill 651. On July 1, 2025, in the Conval v. New Hampshire lawsuit, after about 3 years of litigation and a 3-week evidentiary trial, our Supreme Court upheld the trial court's ruling that our public school funding aid formula provides state aid in amounts insufficient to meet our Part 2, Article 83 constitutional obligation to provide our children with the opportunity for a constitutionally adequate education. To be exact, the Supreme Court's July 1, 2025 opinion in the Conval case, building on more than 30 years of school funding jurisprudence, affirmed the trial court's ruling that a constitutionally valid base adequacy state grant to local school districts must equal or exceed a conservative minimum threshold of $7,356 per pupil per year, a funding level that is about 1.73 times higher than the current base grant. In a subsequent decision, issued on August 20, 2025 in a separate lawsuit, Rand v. New Hampshire, after still another evidentiary trial, the Rand trial court built on the Conval decision to rule that the state's statutory differentiated aid per special education pupil was also constitutionally too low. The Rand trial court also ruled that the constitutionally insufficient levels of state aid identified in the Conval and Rand cases have forced school districts to try to close the gap by relying on revenues from wildly disproportionate local property taxes in direct violation of the tax provisions of Part 2, Article 5 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which mandate that taxes levied for state purposes must be proportionate and reasonable, that is, equal in valuation and uniform in rate. House Bill 651 seeks to conform the state's school funding adequacy formula to this judicial guidance. Accordingly, House Bill 651 raises the base cost of adequacy per pupil to the Supreme Court's conservative minimum threshold amount of $7,356, a funding level that will then be adjusted by routine COLA adjustments. And HB 651 then applies the same rate of increase to each of 3 differentiated per pupil aid categories, thereby providing higher levels of state aid for pupils eligible for special education, for free or reduced price meals, and for English language learning. The result of these HB 651 adjustments, when properly funded through appropriate state budget processes in the next budget cycle, or before that if possible, will meet at an admittedly minimum level our state-level constitutional school funding obligations, thereby ensuring funding sufficient to provide every child with the opportunity for a constitutionally adequate education, while also enabling significant constitutionally mandated local property tax relief across the state. So please join me in voting no on the pending ITL motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge you to vote ITL on HB 651 for at least 3 driving reasons. The first is that this is at the core of the jurisdiction of the Education Funding Committee, which has several bills that will be before it during 2026. It's an off-budget year, and the committee needs to continue to determine what is the right response and the balanced response to the situation of our education funding formula, the burdens on real estate tax, and indeed the court cases. Second, what this specific bill does is it simply takes the judge's figure and plugs it in for base adequacy, and therefore it does not in any way reflect the independent judgment and assessment of this body. And it also then, having raised that figure from $4,351 per student to $7,356.01, it raises it 1.73%. Well, okay, that's just a derived multiple. But it then takes that exact 1.73 multiplier and it says, so therefore we're going to increase each of the 3 categories of differentiated aid relating to those who qualify for free and reduced lunch, those who are early are English second language, and those who qualify for special education with an IEP, and raises those by 1.73%, well, 1.73 times. But that's not independent thinking, evaluation, or math. There's no particular correlation to doing this in this way. And the bottom line is that there will be bills. This is what we're going to be focusing on. We can prepare the table in 2026 for the next biennium budget in 27. Please vote ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of any committee legislator on House Bill 651.
And Mr. Speaker.
Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of any speed to legislate on House Bill 651. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Supreme Court has ordered the state to increase the base grant for an adequate education to at least $7,356 per student, and if I know this bill complies with that court order and also increases the state grants for special education, English language learners, and economically disadvantaged students, and if I know the state squandered $4 million in the Conval case, making absurd arguments to justify the current funding scheme and losing twice in court, and if I know the nonsense jammed into the state budget about the legislature having sole authority is an attack on separate but equal branches of government, the state constitution, and violates our oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, then would I press the red button to defeat the ITL motion and show voters my support for what grant staters expect from us: strong student outcomes, lower property taxes, and vibrant communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that trains sometimes jump the tracks, causing disastrous wrecks, and that is exactly what will occur in New Hampshire if the cost to provide a K-12 student an education is left to the judicial branch. If I know public school spending has risen every year, New Hampshire's K-12 enrollment has fallen by more than 50,000 students in the past 2 decades, while student achievement shows little, if any, growth. And if I know the court's cost per pupil figure of $7,356.01 that appears in this bill is predicated upon the failed belief that more hard-earned taxpayer money will fix the system. Would I then advise the court to stay out of the legislative lane and reject this bill by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of any speed to legislate on House Bill 651. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. (190) voting yea, 155 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
The majority of the Committee on Education and Funding, to which was referred House Bill 656, an act relative to the authority of local school districts to accept federal grants. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2933H, printed in House Record 51 on page 94. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Be ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion about to pass as amended. Representative Fellows is recognized to speak against the committee report.
This year, districts will receive about $200 million in federal grants. They have received these grants for decades. Almost all of these grants are anticipated and do not require the expenditure of local money. The sponsor testified that her intention with this bill was to improve transparency and accountability about grants. She had recently learned more about grants and acknowledged that the bill needed work. Transparency is a good thing, but this bill is not the solution. The Department of Education website has information about the more than 50 federal grants received each year. The best transparency solution would be to ask them to write short, plain language descriptions of what's allowed and what's prohibited and any financial obligations associated with each grant. This is what the public and new school board members are looking for. There are many reasons why this bill will not help board members and the public know more about grants. The first section of this bill is in a statute that applies only to districts that have annual district meetings. There are about 200 school districts. Our 13 cities, with a third of the state population, do not have annual district meetings. The school board or city council vote on the budget. About 70 districts are SB2 districts. That means that the people vote at the polls instead of a meeting, and they never see the annual report. For the 120 small districts that have the annual district meeting, the purpose of that meeting is to approve the amount to be raised locally from property taxes. Voters can only approve and reject local expenditure items. They cannot vote on grants because grants are revenue. Since grants cannot be voted on, they won't be discussed at a district meeting. There is no reason to put grant information for the ensuing year in this statute, which is specifically about voting on local expenditures. Only in the unlikely event that a grant would require a local match would there be an expenditure related to a grant that the people could vote on. Also, while I found a few references to what would be included in a school district annual report in statutes, I could not find a statute that requires the report. The second section of this bill applies only to unanticipated money. The statute defines which is not part of the bill, defines unanticipated as money which comes during the fiscal year. This section is being amended to require a public hearing about anticipated grants not disclosed in that annual report, which a lot of the districts don't have. The deadline to apply that districts must have to apply for grants is June 1st, 1 month before the beginning of a new fiscal year. Regardless of whether or not anticipated funds have been disclosed in the annual report, if a district has not already submitted their grant application, there will be no IDA or Title I grants awarded to that district. If they have submitted their application, then they have accepted the grant, and there should be no reason for having a public hearing. But this bill makes it a requirement. Other statutes not in this bill prohibit the acceptance of unanticipated money unless the voters have given the board prior approval to do that kind of thing. If this bill passes, some districts may be unable to receive federal grants next year because they haven't done that. If the objective of this bill is to educate, educate school board members and the public about grants, the DOE can help with this. If the objective is to force school districts to have public hearings on grants, then another bill should be filed that is its own statute. This bill is very dangerous. It may leave some districts unable to get federal grants next year. The School Board Association opposes this bill, and I hope you will also.
Representative Petronel is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 656 updates how local school districts in New Hampshire accept and account for federal funds during the fiscal year. The bill amends RSA 198-20B to require that all funds disbursed from a federal governmental unit be treated as unanticipated money for budgeting purposes, and it strengthens transparency around those funds. Technical issues in the original bill have been addressed in the amendment and have been vetted by the department. Under current law, some federal funds may come into a district without being clearly identified as unanticipated revenue. This bill closes that gap by clearly labeling all federal disbursements as unanticipated money. This ensures that school boards and communities know when and how significant new funds are arriving, and it requires clear reporting on any obligations tied to accepting those funds. Taxpayers deserve to know not just how much money is coming in, but what strings might be attached. For unanticipated funds of $20,000 or more, the school board must hold a prior public hearing with published notice before taking action. That notice must include a summary of obligations incurred by accepting the funds, or a statement that there are none. This fosters public input and ensures districts aren't blindsided by future costs or commitments tied to federal dollars. HB 656 preserves local control while encouraging prudent fiscal planning. School districts retain authority to accept and spend unanticipated funds without multiple special votes from the district body, provided the public hearing and transparency requirements are met. This balances the need for operational flexibility so a district can move quickly on valuable federal grants with community insight. However, this bill does not prohibit districts from accessing federal funds. It simply brings clarity and consistency to how those funds are reported and explained to the public. There is no doubt that additional reporting and public notice requirements require effort, but this is a worthwhile investment. As federal funds often come with compliance requirements and future obligations, clear public disclosure helps districts avoid fiscal surprises and ensures taxpayer confidence. Ensuring that obligations, whether they be matching requirements, maintenance responsibilities, or programmatic commitments, are spelled out upfront prevents hidden costs from accruing later. For transparency, accountability, and a more informed citizenry, I urge you to vote ought to pass as amended on House Bill 656. Thank you.
Question before the House is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 656. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. One moment, please. Yes. In my defense, see that little writing at the very bottom? Yeah, sorry about that. All right, Representative Luna has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Well, look at that, it is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All righty. The question before the House is a majority committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Bricky is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know local school districts are already required to sign general assurances with the regulations required when accepting federal funds, and if I know that confirmation of grants usually happens long after district budgets have been set and district meetings have taken place, and if I know there already is an approval process in place with the New Hampshire Department of Education, and if I know this bill would impose unnecessary scrutiny on well-established federal grants, while its opponents continue to oppose any scrutiny or transparency of the Education Freedom Accounts program, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Colcomb is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill as amended requires school boards to disclose their state and federal funds in the annual reports and deems all undisclosed funds as unanticipated, and if I know unanticipated funds of $20,000 or more require a public hearing that clearly identifies a funding source and any obligations incurred by the district, and if I know this bill promotes transparency, informs elected officials and the public about matching fund obligations, and preserves the district's ability to accept valuable new federal funding that benefits our students, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is a majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 656. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sullivan.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The report is adopted. I see it. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which is referred House Bill 665 F&A, an act relative to eligibility for free school meals. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel Popovici Muller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. Representative Damon is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 665 would increase eligibility for one free school meal per day to students whose family income is at or below 300% of federal poverty level. 39%, over 1/3 of New Hampshire children, live in households that do not reliably have sufficient food. As the federal government downshifts half the administrative costs of the SNAP Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program to the states, as access to health insurance and medical care gets more expensive, and as this gray, cold winter challenges people's fuel budgets, we should fully expect greater need for food assistance. Other than oxygen, I really cannot think of a more basic human need than to be certain of having enough food. The idea that we have not come together to meet the needs of children is so disheartening. Surely we can agree that children are not responsible for their poverty. The consequences of food insecurity are profound. Lower reading and math test scores with cumulative decreases over time. Inadequate food intake resulting in cognitive delays, meaning slower capacity to learn. Inadequate food intake corresponds to more school behavioral problems, twice the incidence of suspensions, and higher high school dropout rates. Food insecure children more frequently require special education services. That alone should suggest the cost effectiveness of increasing access to free school meals. You will hear from some folks in this hall that there are no instances of children being denied food in school based on ability to pay. Yet data has been repeatedly presented in our committee. Does the representative want us to parade hungry children through the halls? The federal school meals program requires that students in need be fed at district expense. Many students are stigmatized by awareness of their poverty and do not show up for meals. Is this what we want for our children? Many school staff purchase food regularly to provide snacks for needy children quietly. These are kind actions, and I honor the education people who do that, but they are not systemic solutions. It is our state responsibility and our moral obligation to address the needs of hungry children in an organized, thoughtful, thorough way. To blindly deny that there is food insecurity in New Hampshire does not make it go away. The fiscal note for House Bill 665 is markedly overstated because it is calculated for both breakfast and lunch meals to be provided, but the bill only requires that one bill be made available. If the less expensive but equally nutritious valuable meal served is breakfast, the actual cost is 35% of the fiscal note, or under $17 million. We can prioritize that money if we value our children's well-being. At least 9 states, including our neighbors in Maine and Vermont, provide universal free school meals. This bill is much more moderate than universal meals while meeting the most urgent needs of the children. Please join me in pressing the red button so a better motion can be made for our children.
Representative Popovicino is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. The bottom line is that this bill will spend over $48 million a year, even though, as my colleague just acknowledged, I was going to say, no testimony was provided over the last 3 years about any specific instances of kids being denied food because of their inability to pay. I do acknowledge that there are people who may have a hard time making the necessary, providing the necessary meals for their kids outside school, but this is a bill about what happens inside schools. And inside schools, kids go to the lunch counter or the breakfast counter and they get their meal whether they can pay for it or not. Now, this would make a $100 million impact on our state budget. I'm not on the finance committee because I like to say, hey, what's $100 million between friends? Every expense that we try to put in the budget needs to be justified. Our failure to try to find even some data to support this bill shows that it is not a good bill. It fails to be justified, and therefore, I would urge everybody to support the ITL motion from committee in order to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report. Inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 665, and Representative Luno requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Most of these are going to be roll calls. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 665. Representative Weinstein is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that food insecurity hurts learning and costs the state more, as my colleague so well articulated in her remarks, and I know that the need in New Hampshire is growing, not shrinking, due to rising costs in nearly every category, from housing to groceries to healthcare. And I know that this bill meets a basic moral responsibility by ensuring that our most vulnerable students get at least one free school meal. Then would I now press the red button so that a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Ladd is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the fiscal note attached to this bill projects a sizable and indeterminable fiscal liability for local schools and an additional $48 million amount to the state for estimated breakfast and lunch costs. And if I further know this bill includes open warrant language for the department to draw from the Education Trust Fund additional funds to make all necessary payments. And lastly, if I know over 30 schools do not participate in the lunch and breakfast programs, however, based upon wording in this bill, the state will be required to pay the cost for all qualifying students. Would I then press the green button, understanding if HB 665 passes, taxpayers will face significant revenue and affordability challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 665. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kesselring. Representative Scher.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The report is adopted. The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which is referred Senate Bill 204 F&A, an act relative to the responsibility of local school districts to provide meals to students during school hours, reimbursing schools for meals provided to students at no cost, and making an appropriation therefor. Having considered the same report, the same with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. Representative Damon is recognized to speak against the committee report, and let's quiet down, please, so we can hear and then I don't have to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. I would like to start with some gratitude that my meals are not uncertain and an acknowledgement that that's probably true for most of us here, and probably close to 100% of us enjoyed more than one holiday feast recently. Let's keep that gratitude in mind, folks. SB 204 is a bipartisan Senate bill that passed on a voice vote on the other side of the wall. It is the most moderate of the several efforts to address the very real issue of food insecurity in children. So let's be clear what the facts are, what this proposes to do, why it matters, and what the real costs are. SB 204 is an opt-in bill. Nothing is required. It allows school districts to provide free school meals to students whose family income is less than 200% of the federal poverty level. The current federal meals program provides free meals at 130% of FPL. Federal poverty level for a family of four is $64,300 annually, which I'm sure you can imagine is inadequate to cover basic living expenses no matter how carefully you budget. SB 204 requires the state to reimburse half of the cost of meals not covered in the federal program and the local districts who opt in to be responsible for the remaining 50%. It provides administrative support to districts to create online applications for free and reduced meals, and finally, it provides funds for the online application software needed. The fiscal note, like the bill before this, presumes that all eligible students will eat both breakfast and lunch every single school day. We know that schools don't have 100% attendance, and we know from USDA data that 45% of eligible students eat breakfast on any given day, and about 70% of eligible students eat lunch on a given day. So when the numbers are corrected to recognize those factors, the true expense is $4.3 million, 60% less than the fiscal note. So why would we support this? Online applications decrease error rates and lower administrative costs. Students who are reliably and adequately fed perform better academically and have fewer behavioral issues, and I will not repeat all of what I told you on the last bill. Kids are not responsible for their economic status. This is a small investment with great economic value to retain kids productively in school so they successfully become future wage earners. The majority report recognizes that funding programs outside the budget require corresponding reductions elsewhere. I agree. It is morally and compassionately unacceptable to many that we would subsidize sending children of affluent families to the schools of their choice, while poor children in public schools go hungry. We are asking for less than $5 million when the EFA budget has no limit. I urge you to respect the thoughtful, pragmatic, bipartisan work on this bill in the other chamber and press the red button so a better motion can be made. The kids are counting on you.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is extremely similar to the one we just defeated. It's on the same subject. It's a little bit less money, but it's essentially the same topic. So the reasons for voting against it are essentially the same. It's still millions of dollars that we simply don't have at this time. But there's some additional considerations because this is a Senate bill. Normally, when a bill like this passes over there, they would then include it with the budget in House Bill 2 and they would fund it, especially because they had a lot more money to spend than we did, right? We had this bill, we chose not to fund it in the budget. They had the bill, they chose not to fund it in the budget. They chose not to bring it up during budget time when we had money to spend and when we could do trade-offs between this spending and other spending, okay? So this bypassed the budget process until we come to today when we don't have any money left. All the money that we had has been spent. Okay. Secondly, the bill itself is written poorly in the sense that if we were to pass it today, it would go to the governor, and it has things in it like it claims that there's a biennium ending June 30th of this year, right? In financial terms, our biennium ends June 30th of 27, not 26, as this bill states. And so therefore, according to the fiscal note, all the money in the bill would lapse June 30th of this year, right? So essentially there'd be no time to spend this money before it lapses, all right? And it has an effective date of July 1st of last year, for example. And there are other sort of technical problems that make this bill not ready to pass at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question? Member does not yield. All righty. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 204. Representative Luna requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 204. Representative Cretin is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please listen. If I know that this is about children's brain development and physical health, and if I know that many are going through an economic crisis that affects food insecurity and causes issues with a child's behavior, ability to focus, and lack of stamina, and finally, if I know that this representative has seen this year after year working in the school setting, and I ask you to press the red button so we can give all children a better chance to succeed. Thank you.
Representative Brown is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the other body did not include the millions of dollars required for SB 204, and I also know that state revenues are projected to be limited, and I also know that 25% of SNAP benefits are spent on junk food, would I now push the green button and vote
House will come to order.
ITL as the committee recommended? Thank you so much.
Here's what's going to happen. We're going to vote. Then the House is going to be recessed for 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, I want to see Representatives Simpson and Osborne. The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 204. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will keep your mouth shut and press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll do the same and press the red button. 30 seconds.
Representative Tejas.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 in the affirmative, 161 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The House is in recess for 10 minutes. And when I say 10 minutes, I'm starting back up whether you're here or not. Members, find your seats. It's go time. Members, find your seats. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 121 FN, an act establishing local school district special education parent advisory councils. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kristen Noble for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 3086H, printed on House Record 51 on pages 51 to 53. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Noble offers floor amendment 0044H, which can be found in your seat pockets. The question's on the adoption of the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. The question now is ought to pass with amendment. Representative Megan Murray is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition of the motion of ought to pass as amendment for this bill, which in good faith seeks to address issues around schools experiencing financial distress. And though well-intentioned, the amendment goes much further than that and leaves significant legal questions unanswered and removes local control to an unnecessary and harmful extent. The bill ultimately creates uncertainty for departments and districts. If the intention was to provide a vehicle to help departments and to help address fiscal oversight issues within the districts, the bill was rushed and did not effectively address the concerns adequately. This non-germane amendment also cited a statute that had been repealed previously. Although the floor amendment addressed some of that, citing a statute that did not exist left the committee with an incomplete understanding of the section of law that the amendment was supposed to affect relative to accounting and fiscal oversight. Despite the earlier floor amendment, there should have been a full hearing to discuss the implications this bill may have had relative to the appropriate section of law. The committee heard no testimony or information from the auditors regarding feasibility of either a forensic or traditional audit in the time allotted within the bill. We also heard feedback from many who shared concerns about the lack of a definition of the term reasonable notice. If this were to be passed by this body, districts would then be open to a wide array of possibilities as to what reasonable means, something the department even noted was open-ended. Districts are left with the understanding that the actual time frame that would place them into, are also unsure of the actual time frame that would place them into a probationary period. The proposed language also notes that a district could be placed under probation for issues or concerns that extend far beyond financial issues. The bill opens the door for districts to be placed on probation for violations of any administrative rule. It is unclear whether or not probationary periods can be extended and for how long. In the same section, the bill appears to be able to place districts on probation prospectively and without full due process under alleged state or federal law violations, and does not discuss an appeal process either. Please reject the motion of ought to pass as amended so a more appropriate motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Noble is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This bill requires that school district audits be done within 1 year of the close of books. A copy of the audit is to be posted on the district website and reviewed at the next public meeting. If the audit is not completed, the DRA may levy a fine up to $500 per day. The DRA, in consultation with the DOE Commissioner, may require a financial or forensic audit to be done. The bill also eliminates the current option for districts to elect an auditor. The auditors must be an independent firm or public accountant certified by the state. Last year, we passed legislation that was signed into law, allowing a public charter school to be put on probation. This bill applies the same criteria to traditional public schools under the same circumstances. These include failure to adhere to generally accepted financial management standards, the district has become financially insolvent or unstable, the district has failed to comply with state or federal reporting requirements, including now the audits. If a district is placed on probation, everyone will be notified, including the governor, the legislature, and the public. The DOE and state board will work with the district on a plan to address the issues, and the district can remain on probation for up to 6 months. If at that point the issues have not been addressed, the DOE shall appoint or hire an administrator for a period of up to 1 year to oversee all corrective actions. This bill was worked on with the DRA and the DOE. It is meant to address the failures in communication, accountability, transparency, and leadership, such as what happened in the Claremont School District. It is important to get these changes into statute as soon as possible because we know other districts are facing budgetary issues. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Cornell requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 121. Representative Bricky is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this non-germane amendment leaves many legal questions unanswered and removes local control, and if I know the committee heard no testimony or information from auditors regarding the feasibility of either a forensic or traditional audit in the time allotted, and if I know that a district could be placed on probation for issues or concerns that extend far beyond financial problems, and if I know the section of law referenced was incorrect and the correct section was never debated, would I now push the red button and vote no? Thank you.
Representative Dry is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill addresses the failures in communication, accountability, transparency, and leadership, such as those that happened in Claremont recently, and if I know that this wasn't done in a vacuum, this bill was worked on in cooperation with the Department of Revenue Administration and the Department of Education, and if I know that it is important to get these changes into statute because there are other districts with looming budgetary issues, would I the green button to get those changes started. Thank you.
Questions on the motion? The vote to pass as amended on House Bill 121, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. False alarm.
Representative Scher.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 154 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the debates on HB 665 and SB 204 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 131, an act requiring school boards to develop and enact policies regarding personal cell phone use in schools. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kirsten Noble from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Senator Muriel Hall for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3071H, printed in House Record 51, pages 53 through 55. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 131, with its non-germane amendment, addresses bullying and cyberbullying in our schools. There is no question that this topic should be a high priority. However, this amended bill is fraught with concerns and is clearly not the solution. During our hearing, we heard from a number of individuals, many representing the disabilities community, with grave concerns about this amended bill. This legislation would likely result in more suspensions and expulsions for disciplinary action, regardless of age or disability. It removes the definition of bullying as defined in current statute. It includes a provision for conferences to be held without parental participation. It creates a chilling effect on educators with a threat of code of conduct violations. And it takes away local control from school districts. Exclusionary school disciplinary practices should not be the focus of remediation, especially on young children or those with special needs. Current research shows that suspensions and expulsions, in most cases, are ineffective and do more harm than good to students. Instead, strategies that have been proven to work in our schools should be considered. New Hampshire law currently addresses bullying by requiring that all public schools have written policies against bullying and cyberbullying, including investigation, parental notification, remediation, and reporting. To strengthen this legislation, SB 575 will be introduced this session to establish a committee to study best practices to reduce bullying in our schools. This is the appropriate path forward. Please vote no on this amended bill so that a better motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Freeman.
I know everybody anticipates my Boston accent, so here it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 131 with the attached amendment represents a measure that parents have requested for several years. It wasn't constructed in a vacuum, and as a former member of the Manchester School Board, I can tell you the many phone calls I received from parents tearfully begging me to fix the bullying issue. I no longer live in Manchester, but that has resonated with me. We have recently heard of some very horrific, sad stories of children attempting or committing suicide secondary to bullying. For years, districts across this state have handled bullying complaints with their version of restorative justice, which is neither restorative nor justice. Restorative denotes something that serves to restore consciousness, vigor, or health. Victims of bullying aren't the beneficiaries of that. Justice is the principle or ideal of fair treatment or right action. Again, victims aren't the beneficiaries of justice when their bully faces zero consequences. Opponents to this amendment speak of the bully and a need for compassion as they may be in an abusive household. That may bear out. That may very well be true. But how will that be determined if it is not explored? When any process excludes parents, whether the victim or the alleged bully, it fails to meet the level of protection our children need and deserve. The victim remains a victim, and the alleged bully is allowed to continue in their negative behaviors. As a society, we have allowed bullying to take on its own life form and evolve into a beast of burden. It has become fashionable for our children to post their bullying antics on social media with zero consequences. All our children and families deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would reiterate the roll call vote, and I ask you to vote green.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 131. This is a roll call. Representative Cornell has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 131. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Snodgrass for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the disability community expresses grave concerns over this amended bullying and cyberbullying legislation, particularly as it pertains to disciplinary action, FERPA, parental involvement, and local control. And if I know last year a similar bill on the other side of the wall was stalled because the body agreed that bullying needed to be studied more. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that there's proposed legislation this session that establishes a committee to study the issue of school bullying, would I now press the red button so another motion could be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I know that we have a responsibility to protect kids from violence in the classroom, and further, if I know that our increasingly digital world leaves students more vulnerable to bullying online and beyond the classroom, and finally, if I know that positive action now, rather than a study, prevents the potentially devastating consequences of inaction later, would I press the green button? Thanks.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 131. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gutzow.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 149 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 360, an act prohibiting public schools from performing diagnostic tests or surgical procedures or prescribing pharmaceutical drugs. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Kirsten Noble from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patricia Cornell from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3057H, printed in House Record 51, page 82. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. In this chamber, the majority party has spoken for the past several years that New Hampshire already has way too many laws. And we don't need to continue to add more to this list, especially laws that are not necessary or those that attempt to solve a problem that doesn't exist. HB 360 fits both of those concerns. First, no, I repeat, no school in New Hampshire provides, nor have they ever provided, the services that this law would prohibit. The committee heard hearsay testimony about an alleged problem way up rural Maine, but no factual information or data. This bill, as amended, has zero relevance to New Hampshire. The bill isn't necessary. There is no problem that HB 360, as amended, would solve, and we surely don't need to add another no-needed law to the plethora of ones that already exist. I ask that you vote red on HB 330 as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. School-based health clinics have been around for decades. There are thousands across the country. New Hampshire is the last state for these to be implemented. They can offer a wide variety of services such as primary care, mental health services, sexual health services, gender-affirming care, and even care for family members. It varies from state to state. These can be funded by federal grants as well as state and local funding. The bill is aimed at stopping this from taking hold in New Hampshire. As amended, it prohibits surgeries, such as minor surgery for birth control implants, and prohibits the prescribing of pharmaceutical drugs on school grounds. At a school-based health clinic in Maine, a student was prescribed Zoloft. The student's father found the pills in his daughter's backpack. They were in a plastic bag. No labels, no child-resistant container, no parental knowledge or consent. When he complained about it, he ended up getting a visit from CPS. We must prevent the further medicalization of our local schools, but also prevent them from becoming community schools, where the entire community is served at the expense of taxpayers. Schools are not meant to be medical facilities. They have one purpose, and that is to educate children. Please vote yes. Thank you.
The motion before us, majority committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 360. This is a roll call has been requested by Representative Cornell. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, majority committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 360. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cornell for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that no student attending a public school in New Hampshire has had a surgical procedure or been prescribed medication by a school nurse or school physician, and if I know that school districts have strict policies governing the duties of school nurses, which do not include performing surgeries or prescribing medications, would I now press the red button to kill this unnecessary bill?
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. If I know that teachers are not doctors, and also if I know that school nurses are not pharmacists, and finally, if I know that classrooms are not operating rooms, and they shouldn't be, would I press the green button to ensure New Hampshire schools remain places of learning and do not turn into surgical centers like we have seen in neighboring states?
The motion, House will be in order. The motion before us, majority committee report of order passes amended on House Bill 360. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Muse. Representative Bushman.
Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to stay the vote. 183 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Make a motion. It's to make a motion. I don't know if you heard me.
State your motion.
I would like to have the debate from the House Bill 131 put in the permanent journal, please.
Without objection. The majority of the committee on
I'm sorry, it was 360, not 131. So the debate from House Bill 360 be put in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 564, an act relative to the adoption of school administrative unit budgets. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Margaret Dry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ricci for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation erodes the local control of a process that has been deeply rooted in communities through traditional town and school district meetings and SB2 town deliberative processes and within locally elected boards. This bill never had a second committee hearing in either election law or judiciary to discuss the potential impacts of voter disenfranchisement that could occur as a result of the passing of this bill. Additionally, the proposed bill states the adjusted budget in the Warren article shall not include any pay increases, any benefit cost increases associated with pay increases, any new positions, or any new services that were not in the previous year's approved budget. There is very vague language in the bill when referring to the prohibition of new services. It is unclear if that refers to an SAU expense that is closer in nature to something like a new printer repair company changing within the district, or if the suggested language means something more broad and disallows a district from entering into new services that would involve learners, curriculum, or special education needs. For these reasons and many more, I would ask you to vote no. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, New Hampshire had 10 school superintendents with salaries higher than $170,000. Today, there are 18. My town's town report last year listed about $824,000 as a proposed budget number for our single school, single district SAU office. What is our superintendent's salary? I don't know. It's not in the report. How many employees are in the superintendent's office? I don't know. It's not in the report. Superintendents are some of the highest paid employees in New Hampshire public schools. SAU budgets do not necessarily break out salary and operating costs in a way that is easily visible to the average voter. Even if information on SAU budgets is available on SAU websites or in deliberative sessions, that budget is still not voted on as a separate article. This bill revises the budget adoption process for SAUs by requiring that the SAU budget be a separate warrant article at a district's annual meeting. The bill has provisions for both single district and multi-district SAUs. This bill ensures that SAUs propose a known, transparent SAU budget as a separate warrant article. While the committee to study reducing the number of SAUs has submitted a report, any future changes or consolidations won't be happening soon. This bill today helps provide transparency and accountability in the interim. And transparency and accountability never erode local control, they enhance it. Please support OTP for this bill. Thank you.
Does a member yield to a question?
I yield.
Member yields. Member may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for taking my question. The minority report refers to the disenfranchisement, possible disenfranchisement of voters. Wouldn't making more information available to voters and making it easier to access actually increase voter turnout rather than disenfranchise people?
Thank you for your question. I find it very hard to figure out how you are disenfranchised when you're voting on the same articles at the same meeting. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 564. Representative Cornell has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 564. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 564 would undo local control, and if I also know that there was nothing in the bill defining what a new service actually references, creating confusion for many, and if I also know that disenfranchisement could occur because this is taking away the local board's opportunity to speak to their budgeting and the way they budget, would I now press the red button for a more appropriate motion to come forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Litchfield for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know voters may not be seeing SAU salaries or staff numbers compromising transparency, and if I further know superintendent salaries are rising quickly without accountability, and finally, if I know the SAU budget will now appear as its own separate warrant article, would I then push the green button?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 564. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 148 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred House Bill 709 FN, an act allowing parents or guardians to admit their children into any school district where they pay any property or school district taxes. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Valerie McDonald for the majority. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Muriel Hall for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3073H, printed in House Record 51, page 98. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 709, as amended, is another variation of open enrollment schools. Current state law states that a pupil's legal residence is required for school attendance. Under this amended legislation, a student's legal residence is further defined as not only where they reside, but any place where the parent pays property or school district taxes. That place could be a second home on one of our beautiful lakes, or it could be a storage unit in any given city or town, or the minor's legal residence could now be a piece of land under current use, which allows the owner significant property tax reductions if they keep their land undeveloped. If this bill passes, who would be responsible for paying the cost associated with educating a student? The answer is whichever district the child chooses to attend. So let's assume the parents live in Litchfield and they own a small piece of forest land in Bedford, for which they receive a significant tax break because it remains undeveloped. If their child chooses to attend the Bedford schools, Litchfield would be off the hook and Bedford would be responsible for footing the bill to educate the child who neither lives in Bedford nor has a home in which they could live in Bedford. Which begs the question, is it fair to the taxpayers of Bedford who actually reside in the town and pay their fair share of property taxes to run their schools? I think not. If we are truly concerned about school choice and ensuring educational equity and opportunity for all, then we should begin with adequately funding our schools. We hear about how we should model other states that have different variations of open enrollment. Starting this year in Nevada, for example, open enrollment allows public school choice regardless of zip code. And how does Nevada compare with New Hampshire in regard to school funding? In the Silver State, a mere 15% of educational funding comes from local taxpayers. In the Granite State, a whopping 61% comes from local taxpayers. So therein lies the difference. Nevada is number 3 in state funding for schools. New Hampshire is dead last at number 50. This legislation contributes to a two-tier system where access is determined less by community ties and more by the ability to pay taxes in multiple places. It could have serious financial implications for individual school districts, particularly with unanticipated special ed costs. Once again, we are looking at a bill that furthers the divide between the haves and the have-nots. Clearly, open enrollment is a complicated school choice option in New Hampshire. We have upcoming legislation that proposes the establishment of a commission made up of a variety of stakeholders to develop a public school open enrollment system in New Hampshire. If we're going to continue to introduce legislation for variations of open enrollment, a study commission is the most sensible path forward. Please press the red button and vote no on House Bill 709 as amended so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for a roll call.
Does the member yield to a question? Yes or no? Does the member yield to a question? I take that as a
Sure,
no.
go ahead, go ahead.
No.
If a pro,
I asked if the
Thank you,
member
Mr.
yielded to a
Speaker.
question, and she did not agree to it.
Oh, I changed my mind, I guess. Sorry, I didn't understand what the question was. Whatever.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you,
The chair-
Mr. Speaker.
The
Oh,
chair recognizes Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, House members. HB 709 is a special bill to me. It represents the core of our responsibilities as legislators to our constituents. Last year, I received an email and later had further discussion from a concerned parent from my own town in Milton. The school, its teachers and administrators are failing in their responsibilities to provide a proper education for her children. She asked that this bill be written so she may find a better way to provide an acceptable education for her children to have a chance to advance in higher education, just like many of us would like to see with our own children. Letting parents or guardians enroll their children in any school district where they pay property or school taxes makes this option possible. If the parent or guardian is already paying those taxes, their child school would be available to and benefit in education from those taxes. This may not be a popular opportunity since many people may not pay property or school taxes in other districts, but it does provide a way for those parents that do. Please press the green button to pass HB 709 and give our students a chance to get a better education. Thank you.
Does a member yield to a question? Does a member yield to a question?
No, thank you.
The member does not yield. The motion before us, a majority committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 709. Representative Cornell has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, majority committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 709. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for parliamentary inquiry.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Speaker. Seems like I just saw you. If I know that each legislator here today, simply by voting no on HB 709, could reduce at least one snafu in their hometown property taxes by not supporting the funding of out-of-towners on their local dime. And if I know that HB 709 is sort of like a 21st century version of the Civil War carpetbagging by an outsider without genuine ties to the community and taking advantage of the situation. And finally, if I know that the current method of funding schools is driving the local property taxes sky high, then I would vote no on HB 709 and use your town's property tax dollars for your town's students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Tybalt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many Granite Staters own property in multiple towns and pay taxes on that property, and if I know that that revenue generated by those taxes goes to fund services in those towns, including public schools, even if the taxpayers don't live there full time, and if I know that students and parents should have the opportunity to utilize the schools that they pay for, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 709. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Prout? Representative Berejny? Representative Kelly? Representative Muntz?
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred HB Bill 748 FN, an act establishing a local education freedom account program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kirsten Noble for the committee. Majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patricia Cornell for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table HB 748, please.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 748. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 748 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 33 FN, an act relative to regulation of public school materials. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kirsten Noble from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lauren Seelig for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3079H, printed in House Record 51, pages 103, 104. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division was called. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. This is a division vote on clarification of the voice vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Represent Foss. Represent Rhodes, represent Wheeler. Represent DeRoy. Represent Brown.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 175 voting nay, 150 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we're on to the bill ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to SB 33 leads us down a dark path to the doorstep of censorship. Okay, thank you. It tampers with our freedom to read. It infringes upon our First Amendment rights. Additionally, it blatantly oversteps the boundaries of decision-making concerning relevant learning materials in our public schools, such as books, web pages, videos, and artwork. There are already existing protocols charging school boards, librarians, and educators with the task of selecting reading materials in their own school districts. As stated by Governor Ayotte, I do not believe the state of New Hampshire needs to, nor should it, engage in the role of addressing questions of literary value or appropriateness, unquote. Moreover, there is a path that currently exists for a parent or guardian to opt their own child out of reading materials that they may find objectionable. The state of New Hampshire should support the freedom to read and embrace the incredible value it affords us all. We cannot open the door to censorship. Not now, not ever. Vote no on the amendment to SB 33, and I'm requesting a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Litchfield is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about a very simple responsibility: protecting children while respecting constitutional boundaries and parental rights. The First Amendment protects free speech, but it has never required the government to place every form of content in front of minors, especially through public schools. Courts have long recognized that children are different, and schools have both the authority and the duty to draw age-appropriate lines. The Right to Challenge Act does not ban books. It does not silence ideas, and it does not override educators. What it does is establish a clear, lawful, and transparent process for addressing school-provided material that may be harmful to minors. Over the years, New Hampshire has seen book challenges come and go, but the material now being discovered in some public school libraries is fundamentally different. Parents are finding books that contain graphic depictions of sexual activity, bondage, and sadomasochism, and others that encourage minors to seek out pornography or adult chat rooms online. I think we can all agree parents assume the exact opposite of this is being encouraged in our schools. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart famously said of obscenity, "I know it when I see it." Parents know it when they see it, educators know it when they see it, and elected school boards know it when they see it. This bill gives them a responsible process to act on that shared understanding. It sets clear standards using long-standing constitutional tests. It keeps decisions local, starting with the principal, and if necessary, going to the elected school board. It requires written explanations, public records, and that decision makers actually review the material before voting. This is not censorship, that is due process. Opponents argue that restricting access to sexually explicit material violates a student's First Amendment rights, but the First Amendment does not compel schools to provide obscene or age-inappropriate content to minors. Students can access a wide range of ideas without schools acting as distributors of explicit material. The bill respects parents, protects children, and strengthens trust in our public schools at a time when trust matters more than ever. In New Hampshire, we believe in local control, transparency, and common sense. This bill respects those values. I urge you to support Senate Bill 33. Protecting children is not censorship. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call, please.
The motion before us is the order pass as amended for Senate Bill 33. Representative Litchfield has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passes amending on Senate Bill 33. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Balboni for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that school boards already have policies and procedures in place that are currently being used by parents and have resulted in both the removal and the retention of challenged items, and if I know that not obtaining your desired result does not mean that the process is flawed. And finally, if I agree with the governor's veto and reject this attempt to dictate a specific statewide procedure that all districts must follow, would I now press the red button to vote against this unnecessary intrusion upon local control?
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill addresses some of the governor's concerns, if I know that minors don't have a First Amendment right to read pornography, and if I know that we have always censored minors from sexually explicit materials, and we should all be asking, why did public school libraries stop protecting children in this way? Then would I now press the green button to protect children? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes as amended on Senate Bill 33. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vale. Representative Stone. Representative Sofakidis.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. (181) voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to apologize to the entire body as it was not the time or place for my outburst. I do respect the decorum of the chamber, and so thank you.
Majority Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 34, an act relative to parental consent for students' participation in Medicaid to School program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kirsten Noble from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3056H, printed in House Record 51, page 104. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes, before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Megan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition of the motion of ought to pass as amended. This bill will cause unnecessary burdens and barriers to districts seeking reimbursement for Medicaid to schools services for special education needs. That list is a finite and frankly relatively small list. This bill as written seeks to exceed federal law and would require multiple signatures for billing service reimbursements. Current federal law requires a single permissive signature by a parent or guardian to allow the district to simply inquire to see whether or not a student is Medicaid eligible. Should this bill pass, each individual billing code entered into a student's billing portfolio for that service would require a parent's signature. and as a result, districts could lose out on the opportunity to offset local expenses with outside funds. Additionally, parents already consent to services and decide what they choose to share with Medicaid to schools or anyone else. However, should a parent miss a signature for Medicaid eligibility billing inquiries, it is still the responsibility of a public school district pursuant to a student's IEP to provide for and pay for the services a student needs to be freely educated as a member of their community in accordance with FAPE, Free and Appropriate Public Education Law, in the least restrictive environment in light of each learner's unique and individual needs. This process is complex. Therefore, districts often use third-party billers to pursue this avenue of reimbursement to ease the costs in local communities, by also lowering costs to local taxpayers. Adding additional signatures require many overcomplicated measures to a pretty straightforward federal process. Now, imagine administrators, providers, educators, and billers chasing down consent forms that are not required as a part of the Medicaid to Schools program, only to take precious instructional time and learning time away while adding costs and billable time, pushing paperwork onto local districts as a result of having to seek out the additional and unnecessary signatures. Please support a district's ability to openly and in a streamlined manner seek what financial reimbursement they can, if a student is indeed Medicaid eligible, for the small set of services that meet the criteria, and vote no on OTPA so that another proper motion can come forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill modifies the annual report for the cost of the Medicaid to Schools program to include that the report be submitted to the proper legislative committees. It also requires that parental consent be obtained for each new service a child receives before Medicaid can be billed. The amendment only added language that was passed in HB 2 so that it could be renumbered. This says that the Medicaid to Schools program will terminate statewide if federal government or state adopts any policy contrary to a policy requiring parental control of all medical services provided to children. When a child is receiving services outside of school, the provider is obtaining consent for those services. If schools are going to be providers, then they too should obtain consent so that parents know exactly which services their child is receiving. This bill was a legislative recommendation of the committee to study consent and confidentiality laws applicable to adolescent and young adult health care in New Hampshire, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass an amendment on Senate Bill 34. Representative Cornell has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass an amendment on Senate Bill 34. The House will be in order. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Alboni for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that parents already must give consent for any changes to services provided in an IEP, as well as annual permission, if Medicaid eligible, to bill the Medicaid to Schools program for qualified services. And I know that requiring additional written consent for Medicaid billing is not required by federal law and will add an administrative burden and disrupt Medicaid reimbursement to schools, consequently increasing costs to local school districts and taxpayers. Further, if I know that the Department of Health and Human Services is currently addressing many billing issues by providing training to school districts regarding changes to the Medicaid to Schools program, would I now press the red button to vote against this unnecessary and fiscally irresponsible bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Freeman for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that federal law requires parental consent to access a child's Medicaid benefits for the billing of services, and if I also know that this legislation was recommended by the, bear with me, this is a big committee, the committee to study consent and confidentiality laws applicable to adolescent and young adult health care in New Hampshire in their attempt to collect data and increase transparency. And if I finally know that this bill is consistent with any of the services obtained outside of school settings such as urgent care, emergency room services, mental health services, and pediatrician visits that require parental consent to bill Medicaid, then I would encourage my colleagues to vote green to provide a parent the opportunity to be involved with all aspects of their children's education and increase transparency. Thank you.
Motion before us, a majority committee report of order pass an amendment on Senate Bill 34. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Aaron. Representative Herbert. Representative Herbert. I need a thumb up or down, please. Thank you.
While all members present have the opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. Under 186 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
I don't want to. They've waived. He has to sign up on it. Then I'll wait.
Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, CACR 4. We have a choice, members. Either we can start keeping it a little bit quieter and not have all the talking, or we can go into recess for 10 minutes. I prefer not to do that, but it is just getting way too noisy in here. Members have a right to hear the debates. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred CACR 4, an act relating to voting eligibility, providing that only legal resident citizens who are at least 18 years of age or older who reside in the place they claim as a domicile shall be eligible voters. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2937H, printed in House Record 51, page 49 through 50. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. We are now on ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill proposes to amend Article 11 of the 1784 New Hampshire Constitution's Bill of Rights. It inserts a variety of new terms and phrases into that article. And it says, for instance, that citizens only have the right to vote if they, quote, actually reside in the place they claim as a domicile, end quote. So the question is, what does the word actually add to the word reside? According to this amendment to our venerable and ancient state constitution, citizens will only have, or might say residents will only have the right to vote if they actually reside in the place they call a domicile. Does that mean that I only actually reside in the place where I lay my weary head down in the evening? Do I only actually reside in the place where I put on my shoes in the morning? In these months, in these dark and cold months, I sometimes imagine that I might eventually spend the winter on a beach in Florida. As pleasant as it is to be in your company, Mr. Speaker. In January, I imagine I might be in a warmer place. If I were able to move to Florida, let's say for a few months between November and April, where would I actually reside during those months? If we take the word actually in a literal sense, then it would seem I actually reside in Florida. I would actually reside in Florida in, say, during the traditional November election. And this amendment to the New Hampshire State Constitution would thus prohibit me from voting in the place where I permanently reside, my home, New Hampshire. I'm not sure that that's what the advocates of this amendment intend, but that is what the language suggests. In fact, this language introduces an ocean of ambiguity into our Constitution. And the people who will chart a course across that foggy ocean will be judges. And because of this, if it passes, judges will be imposing their understanding of what counts as a qualified voter on the policies of the state of New Hampshire. Whatever the advocates of this bill intend to achieve could be achieved just as effectively, more efficiently in the old-fashioned way of crafting good legislation, holding hearings on that legislation, debating that legislation, and inserting that legislation into the place in our laws that address what counts as a qualified voter, RSA 654, Section 1. The place for that is not the New Hampshire Constitution. And this bill will solve no problems that anyone has identified with our actual laws about what counts as a qualified voter, but it will introduce vast new confusions. For that reason, I'd like to urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution, Bill of Rights, establishes the right for free elections. In the almost 242 years since Article 1 was first adopted, it has been amended by voters only 7 times. Almost all of these amendments either expanded eligibility or made provisions for greater accessibility because Granite State voters wanted to ensure that all qualified voters have that right to vote. Of those 7 previous amendments, however, one amendment was a little different from the rest. That amendment back in 1968 removed what was then considered to be obsolete language. This proposed constitutional amendment before you, CACR 4, also deals with a language issue, namely the term inhabitant, as used in the first 2 sentences of Article 11. This CACR proposes a simple change of words that makes it clear that the right to vote is specifically for those people that have a legal residence in the great state of New Hampshire. This CACR also provides additional wording that makes it clear that the right to vote in New Hampshire remains only with qualified voters. Ultimately, these changes help to maintain our high voter confidence and to ensure election integrity in our New Hampshire elections. Honorable colleagues, I would be grateful for your support of CACR 4.
Will the member yield to a question?
Yes.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague. The previous speaker alluded to the fact that, and he didn't say it, but he alluded to the fact that even though you're resident in one area and you're living somewhere else, maybe you're spending time in Florida, you wouldn't be able to vote. This doesn't negate absentee ballots, does it not? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It does not. It perfectly provides for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order to pass an amendment in CACR 4. This does take a 2/3 majority, 3/5 majority of the whole House. Representative Lane has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Could be a division. The motion before us, majority committee report of order pass as amended on CACR 4. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this proposed constitutional amendment would introduce any number of vague terms into the New Hampshire Constitution, and if I know that those vague terms will have to be clarified by judges rather than by legislators, and if I know that any problems that legislators have identified with what counts or how we define a qualified voter can be addressed through ordinary legislation, then would I press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment removes ambiguity such as inhabitants from the New Hampshire Constitution by explicitly requiring voters to be legal residents and actually living where they claim they do. Also, if I know that this amendment aligns New Hampshire with most other states that have similar residency citizenship standards. And finally, if I know that clear constitutional language strengthens public confidence, not diminishes public confidence, would I press the green button to approve CAC R4? Thank you.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass an amendment on CAC R4. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had the opportunity to vote, also attend the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The motion fails, not obtaining the 3/5 vote.
The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 158, an act relative to public inspection of absentee ballot lists. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. The minority, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. Representative Muirhead is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, New Hampshire law instructs town clerks to keep lists of the names and addresses of those to whom absentee ballots are sent, and to keep a record of who returns a ballot. The law, in RSA 657, Section 15, explicitly says, quote, "The list shall not be available for public inspection at any time without a court order." This bill would reverse that and make these lists available for public inspection. Our predecessors in this chamber explicitly decided not to make these lists available for public inspection for good reason. They understood the importance of privacy, and they understood that nefarious elements might inspect these lists to help determine which houses are vacant, especially in the winter season, and target those houses for theft. I've known of thefts in the state where people who are away for a season had everything in their home stolen, every piece of furniture, every coffee mug, every fork and spoon. So there are organized criminal elements that look for houses that are vacant. I have a neighbor who leaves for the winter and takes great pains to make it seem as if his house is occupied. He pays a plow driver to plow his driveway. He has a variety of automatic switches to turn lights on and off in various rooms and make it look as though he's there, though we know he's not. He votes by absentee in the November election. He's still gone in January. This bill addresses the weakness I'm calling attention to by imposing a 60-day waiting period before you can inspect these absentee ballot lists. But 60 days is not long enough to protect my neighbor. He voted by absentee in late October. He's still gone. His house is still vacant. So this bill does not protect people who are gone for a season, and it does not protect the privacy of New Hampshire voters. I think in this case, we should follow the wisdom of our predecessors in this chamber, leave the law as it is, and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Burnham is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. HB 158 provides a fair timeline for our clerks to complete information that they already maintain by law. By requiring clerks and the Secretary of State to have the absentee ballot voters list available for public access 60 days after election provides transparency and confidence in New Hampshire's elections. Voter information is already public information, and absentee ballots should be held at the same level of accountability as same-day ballots. Absentee ballots are currently not held to the same standard as to our same-day ballots, but HB 158 aligns absentee ballots closer to the standard and provides trackability for our New Hampshire voters. Members, please vote OTP and ensure our absentee ballots are available for public inspection in a timely manner. Thank you.
Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Division. Questions, Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 158. Representative Muirhead recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill would not solve any existing problems with our election administration, and if I knew that this bill would violate the privacy of many New Hampshire voters, and worse, Mr. Speaker, if I knew that this bill would make thousands of New Hampshire homes ripe targets for theft, then would I press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Berry is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you and your family. Mr. Speaker, if I know that elections should be transparent, and I've always been told that that was, kind of important, would I now press the green button?
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass and House Bill 158. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Germano. He needs to vote.
Representative Gallagher.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 157 in the negative. The committee report's adopted.
If they stay in their seats, this is a division with no debate.
Might as well stay where you are. We have a division vote with no debate. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which is referred House Bill 317, an act preventing a supervisor of the checklist from verifying a person's identity without identification, even if they personally know that person. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gerald Ward for the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass and House Bill 317. Representative Lane is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that election officials rarely use the privilege being eliminated by this bill, and if I know that no evidence was presented by the proponents of the bill that there has been any fraud associated with the exercise of election officers of the ability to identify a voter known to that election official, and if I know that this bill takes a swipe at the integrity of our hardworking and dedicated election officials, then would I push the red button so that a more appropriate motion could be made. Thank you.
Representative Burnham is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I have personally witnessed seeing and hearing my supervisor of the checklist saying to a voter in front of me that they didn't need to show their identification, and if I know that not by treating every voter the same, requiring to see identification creates distrust in other voters in line, witnessing unfair practices, and if I know that all voters should be treated the same in order to maintain voter integrity, then I ask you to vote green on HB 317. Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 317. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 150 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Election Laws, to which is referred to House Bill 323, an act requiring the presentation of government-issued photographic means of identification in order to vote. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the committee. The minority, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Russell Murad for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2940H, printed in House Record 51 on pages 80 to 81. Questions on adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Newsom is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is yet another election law bill that is in search of a problem. The purported problem is that our elections are rife with fraudulent student IDs at the polls to obtain ballots that aren't theirs. The fact is, this problem of people voting with fake student IDs simply does not exist. With 0 cases of voter fraud of this type, this bill will not improve election security. 0 minus 0 is still 0. On the other hand, the reality behind this bill is a blatant attempt to unconstitutionally prohibit students who are already registered and qualified voters in New Hampshire from exercising their undeniable constitutional right to vote. Let's remember that the purpose of showing ID to obtain a ballot is to prove that the voter is the same person that's already registered and qualified. I think we can all agree that if a form of ID is reliable in establishing a registered voter's identity, it should be allowed. Therefore, we must ask if the IDs deleted in this bill are reliable or unreliable. How should we measure reliability? I suggest we go with voter fraud cases. When asked if he was aware of any instances of voter fraud occurring with a student ID, the prime sponsor admitted that he was not aware of any such cases. 0, zip, zilch. He was not alone in his inability to cite the problem. The committee and a subcommittee heard no testimony whatsoever about fake student IDs being used to obtain ballots. 0, zip, zilch. In fact, we heard testimony from a UNH student that IDs may be more reliable than some forms of government-issued IDs. Testimony included the need for UNH students to be fingerprinted for their IDs. This process is much more rigorous and much more secure than getting a driver's license or other governmental IDs. Without any cases of fraud occurring with student IDs, there is absolutely no need to change the current law. As a reminder, this bill changes the presentation of IDs to prove identity of voters who are already registered and proven to be qualified to vote. While this bill will not prevent any voter fraud whatsoever, these changes might prevent registered and qualified voters in high school or college from voting. In addition to reducing civic engagement of our younger constituents, there will undoubtedly be lawsuits filed that could cost the states upward of $1.5 million to see it through to the Supreme Court. These are unnecessary and unbudgeted expenses to defend. This is not a fiscally conservative bill. In the end, this bill will not prevent a single instance of voter fraud. 0, zip, zilch. And our constituents know this. The committee had 94% of our testimony by our constituents opposing this legislation, showing just how out of touch this bill is with the voters. For these reasons, OTPA should be defeated, and I request a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Berry is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be brief. So if you want to go to the bathroom, it's a good time. I'm in the process of reading a book written by the gentleman who's probably going to give the PI right now. It's called Ungoverning. I highly recommend it. I don't agree with a lot that's in it. But in chapter 9, he talks about how democracy has been delegitimized because of elections have to have universal suffrage representing the general will of the people. And while my member is going to disagree with everything I say after this, but I'd like to point out that in order to have the general will of the people, you have to know who's voting in your elections. So I kind of want to take everybody on a little history trip of how we've gotten here, right? So 5 years ago, I've been on election law, this will be my 6th year. When I got on election law in the state of New Hampshire, you could walk into any polling location in the state of New Hampshire. You could present nothing, not an ID, not a citizenship, not anything. You just sign a piece of paper, and they would hand you a ballot. And that wasn't a quote-unquote affidavit ballot or a provisional ballot. They just gave you a ballot, and you went and you voted. And for years, I had to sit and listen about how, like, this was the most secure standard ever. It was the gold standard. It was the best system of all time. Like, no, it was like a farce. It was a total farce. And, since then, the Election Law Committee over the last 5 years, not just me, by the way, it's been a collective effort, has made steady progress, right? One of the biggest whacks at fixing our broken system was 1569, where we got rid of the ridiculous signature to vote requirement. And when you look at the polling on this and you look at the online comments from not even, conservative news sources like, In-Depth New Hampshire and NH Bulletin, when they kind of misalign some of the stuff that we do, you look at the comments and it's overwhelmingly in support of voter ID. Why? Because people like to know who's voting in their elections. And I've made this kind of the cornerstone of trying to get there to a system where it's easy to vote and it's actually not easy to cheat, and that you know who's voting in your elections. Because I think knowing who's voting in your elections is just as important as being able to vote in those elections. You need to know so the outcome is legitimate, because if you don't believe in a legitimate outcome, you're going to get some of the things like ungoverning, where people don't believe in the legitimacy of the government. And we had just saw a lot of our colleagues, we're doing a 5th anniversary of a bad thing that happened 5 years ago. It was horrible. Bad things like that don't happen if you have a process that everyone can believe in. So I don't condone what happened 5 years ago. I'm certainly against it. I've condemned it, and I still do. But I want to get to a process where we could all say, the loser lost, the loser knows that they lost, and the loser can't question the legitimacy of an outcome. So that brings us today to HB 323, which in my mind kind of brings us to, there's still some more work to do, but brings us to kind of the logical conclusion of where we've been headed, which is in New Hampshire, to vote and to register to vote, you're gonna show an ID. And it's not gonna be some thing that you can print off of a card or you can buy on eBay for 20 bucks. It's going to be a legitimate government-issued ID, like it would for anything else. And every argument you hear against this is just ludicrous. It's like, oh, well, if you need a government-issued ID to collect Social Security, to get on welfare, to do everything, you need an ID. You need an ID to get on a plane. Like, it's a part of life. It's 2026 now. People have IDs. They want to know that their elections are legitimate. And this is kind of the last buttoning up of a 5 years worth of work. So I would ask that the body vote green and that we kind of finish the job.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yeah, sure.
The member yields. You may inquire.
You talked about the progress that you've made. You've talked about concerns about an illegitimate process. Can you explain to us the actual tangible evidence on which you base your claim that our previous system resulted in illegitimate electoral results?
I actually would like to thank the representative from Keene, for bringing this up. So as election law chair, one of the laws we passed is that I get every 6 months a copy from the Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office, a copy of every election law complaint that has been filed, its status, and its outcome. So do you want to know how many instances of wrongful voting there were in 2024 before the, can't sign your name away anymore was? 22 instances of wrongful voting that have been prosecuted and convicted by the Attorney General in the last year. So there's some evidence that people never talk about, and it's kind of like speeding, right? If I told you that on I-93 they only issued 5 tickets, That there's only 5 instances of speeding on I-93? Would you believe that? No, you would laugh me off the stage because you know it's ridiculous. So if they've caught 22 people using a system that had as many holes as Swiss cheese, you can imagine that there's probably a lot more. And I would like to point out, thank you for the question again, I'd like to point out, just 2 years ago, this body was decided by 11 votes statewide. 11 votes. So 22 votes, by the way, could have actually upended that. That determined who got to sit up there, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, I can point to it, and I'm happy to share that with you. And by the way, my guess is there's more. Would anybody else like to ask a question? All right, cool.
The House will be in order. Representative Lane's requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is actually sufficiently seconded. I thought you guys were napping. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 323. Representative Muir is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill is not a bill about whether we should have IDs and use IDs when we vote, and if I knew that rather this bill is a bill about whether school-issued IDs, university IDs, or employer-issued IDs are sufficient ways of proving that you are who you say you are, that I might be Russell Muirhead and not Kelly Ayotte. And if I knew that, though it's very, very difficult to disagree with somebody who cites my book so generously, but that the logic of the situation compels me to, then would I press the red button and oppose this bill?
Representative Quayle is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that only government-issued IDs should be accepted as a form of ID for voting, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The question is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 323. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the debate on 323 be entered into the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Majority of Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 463, an act relative to composition of the Board of Recount in elections for the Select Board and for the School Board. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Ross Berry from the Majority of Committee. Minority of the Committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Russell Muirhead from the Minority of the Committee. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses how recounts are done in certain local elections. Maybe elections for school board, even an election for a warrant article, how a recount would be done for, say, a warrant article. It might be the case that our election law needs to specify how those recounts are done more precisely in order to avoid problems and complications that presently exist. But if that's so, this bill does not address those problems and does not solve them. In fact, it introduces new problems. In testimony during the public hearing on this bill offered by the Office of the Secretary of State, given by the Deputy Secretary of State at the time, great caution was expressed, great concern was expressed about this bill. The concern focused on problems that will arise when the district boundaries for, say, a select board are different than the district boundaries for a multi-district school board. And in cases like that, the Secretary of State's office informed us in the Election Law Committee, we might have some very awkward situations if this bill were passed. For instance, it might be that school board members would be required to participate in recounts, in select board recounts, in towns that they don't reside in. And the Secretary of State's office was very concerned about these sorts of complications. And the message to the committee was that this bill needed to be more carefully drafted, that this bill needed to be worked on. Creating a good recount procedure, given the complications of multi-district school districts and multi-district school boards and select boards, creating a good recount procedure is going to require a lot of careful work. And that work has not yet been done. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I would really urge my colleagues to oppose this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, this bill is simply about not having the fox guard the hen house. Now, this is something I actually have some experience with. Before I lay my weary head down at night, I look out into my backyard and I see how those 10 chickens I have are doing. On occasion, I have had to chase away predators such as coyotes and raccoons. One time, I even had to chase away a fox. Why, you ask? Because I didn't want my supply of expensive but deliciously healthy eggs to be interrupted. You cannot have a fox guard your hen house. Likewise, election recounts ought to be performed without any conflicts of interest. If a person is a candidate in an election that needs a recount, then for the sake of election integrity, that person should not participate in the recount process. That's common sense. This bill prohibits such conflicts of interest and provides a workable mechanism to ensure that such conflicts do not occur. Honorable colleagues, with all due respect to the candidates for our select boards and school boards, I'm not trying to make them out as foxes, but do not let the fox guard the hen house. I humbly request your support of House Bill 463. Thank you.
Motion before us is a majority report of order passed on House Bill 463. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us, majority committee report of order passed an amendment in House Bill 463. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will create complications in cases where a school district spans multiple towns, if I know that this bill will create messes that further legislation will be required to clean up, and if I know that the Election Law Committee is capable of doing the work that's necessary to solve the problems that this bill addresses, would I oppose this bill by pressing the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it's common sense that you probably shouldn't be overseeing the recount in which you're a candidate of, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order passed on House Bill 463. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
The voting stations are open. Please vote.
It's not working, Paul.
Representative Stone. Representative Seibert. You still have to hit the buttons.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend to state of the vote. All right. I'm going to read the vote, and he'll explain what happened. The yeas were 185, the nays were 150. So the committee report is adopted.
As you are aware, this morning we had one screen that went out. We just suffered an issue here where the screens have all gone out. We're working on that at the moment with IT. We will get them back up as soon as we can. We will state everything very clearly, what the motions are, what the bill is. So please follow along in your calendar, and we will proceed. Thank you.
The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 686 FN, an act requiring a voter to provide identification when requesting an absentee ballot. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recommit 686 back to election law.
Okay, the motion is to recommit 686 back to election law committee. Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 686 is referred back to committee. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 103 FN Local, an act relative to the number of polling stations that are available for certain towns. And consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the committee. The amendment is 2938H, printed in House Record 51, page 107. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 396, an act exempting meat and meat food products slaughtered and prepared in the state for sale in-state from certain inspections. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Barbara Comtois for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Peter Bixby from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3090H, printed in House Record 51, pages 80 through 85. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So HB 396 addresses a real problem, which is a lack of sufficient slaughter facilities in the state of New Hampshire for our farmers to have their amenable animals slaughtered. And I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail about that because I think that the member from Barnstead is probably going to give you a fair bit of detail on that, and we don't need to hear it twice. So The slaughtering and processing shortage has a number of causes. It's fairly complicated, but the path to a good solution to getting enough slaughter facilities is unclear. It really needs to be a private sector initiative, and although the government might assist, it can't really solve the problem. But one thing that is clear is that this bill is not the problem. What this bill does is it allows the on-farm slaughter of cattle, swine, goats, and sheep, also known as amenable animals, without USDA inspection for in-state sale from the farmstead, retail, and restaurants. Currently, custom slaughter, which is uninspected, is allowed only for meat that you are going to use yourself. So you cannot, it is usually marked not for sale. What this bill does is it allows for the on-farm slaughter without any USDA inspection. It does have a few things that limit it and provide a bit more of a margin of safety. It limits the number of animals that can be slaughtered in a month. It requires sanitary standards. It requires humane slaughter. It requires cold storage. It requires labeling, including the source, the date, and the fact that it is done under an exempt program. And it also requires that anyone who participates in the program recognizes that what they're doing is not consistent with federal law. These safeguards do make sense, but there are still some practical problems. One is because it is illegal under federal law, it is not possible for the state to enforce anything about the restrictions that I just mentioned. Let me just repeat that the slaughter and sale under this program is still illegal under federal law. Now, farms depend on a network of services to prosper. They require technical assistance from the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, from the Health and Human Services, Food Protective Services, from Cooperative Extension. They require marketing, such as retailers and restaurants. They require processing, which happens at either a state or USDA certified meat cutter, and they require insurance to cover liability. Anybody providing services for the illegal slaughter and sale of amenable meat risks legal liabilities themselves, and therefore will be unwilling to work with the farmer that's using this program. So if you are taking part in this program, you can't get liability insurance. You won't be able to get help from Cooperative Extension or the Department of Agriculture or Food Protective Services for the details of how you deal with the meat. Retailers and restaurants won't be interested in selling meat that is not considered allowable for sale under state and federal food protective laws. So farmers will probably recognize the downside in this program and won't participate, which means that the bill is not very useful practically. Currently, when you get your meat slaughtered and processed at a custom facility, it gets marked for personal use only, not for sale. Unsurprisingly, items so labeled sometimes get sold or bartered on a small scale, and nothing comes of it. Ironically, this bill might bring more scrutiny to these under-the-radar sales. Some of you might be wondering what the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Foods thinks of this bill. Commissioner Jasper told me that this is one of the worst bills he has ever seen. So please vote no on the OTA motion so that another motion may come forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year, everyone. So what Representative Bixby stated was pretty accurate about it being against federal law, but we also put in a disclosure there that people have to recognize this. But the one thing we have to realize is this is an opt-in program, not a mandate. Consumers get to choose where they buy their food. They're not mandated to buy their food from a non-USDA farm, meat from a non-USDA facility. I want to go over a few things, and I'm sure some of you have seen the letter around from the commissioner stating the FSIS, which means Food Safety and Inspection Services, is upset about this. But let's talk about how great our food supply is at USDA facilities and how great the FSIS is. Did you know that when they do a USDA recall, they classify it? Class 1 is a high or medium risk, and it means a health hazard situation where there is a reasonable probability that the use of the product will cause serious, adverse health consequences or death. I'm just wondering how many people go on to that site. Because on October 24th, 2,277,540 pounds of ready-to-eat barbecue pork jerky was classified as high risk. On October 27th, 127,887 pounds of pulled pork sandwich was also classified. Here's this one here, October 25th. Now, these are all active, ongoing USDA recalls that are nationwide, meaning you could have these products in your freezer today. 4,874,815 pounds of food service ready-to-eat frozen chicken products that may be contaminated. Affecting 6 states was a recall of 2,855 pounds of raw ground beef products that could be contaminated with E. coli. Now, that food went into the food system before this recall was ever done. So, I asked the question, how much easier would it be to track our food from a few small farms versus the entire United States? Because once these go into our food supply system across the nation, nobody knows where they went. But yet a farmer usually knows who they sold to, and a person knows where they got their food. Right now, under state law, we allow the processing, the slaughter of rabbit and poultry products for sale by farmers. We allow the on-farm slaughter of the non-amenable species, which is red deer, bison, elk, etc. But yet, amenable species somehow are more dangerous than any of that other stuff for the farmer to sell. But did you know that the farmer can actually sell a half a cow or a quarter of a pig, and they can slaughter that animal on farm as long as it's already sold to an end consumer and bring it to a custom meat house? And there's no problem. But yet a farmer who would like to do the same thing and sell a cut of meat cannot. We have been trying to get the federal delegation and Congress to pass something to help New Hampshire farmers. They refuse. Why? Because big corporations that I've just read off with all these products in recall don't want their piece of the pie eaten into. Okay? So let's talk about USDA facilities. Facility says you have to have an inspector on site for the slaughter. Is bringing your animal to a USDA facility better for that animal? Does it give you a better cut of meat, a healthier choice? No. Why? Because the animal is stressed. The less stress, the more tender the meat, the healthier the meat. We had a USDA facility here in New Hampshire because we only have 4. And that facility, we had to call in, even though they had an inspector on site, had numerous issues. They were reselling freezer burned meat that was returned by one farm, relabeling it, and selling it and giving it to another farm where they were selling it to their customers. Where was the USDA inspector? I asked, their freezers had no airflow in them because they had too much meat in them, creating a lot of white mold. White mold is acceptable on meat, so I'm not going to say it's not. But what happens is that cuts into the farmer's profit because you're losing more and more of their meat because the white mold has to be cut off. We just passed today HB 186 that had to do with cannabis because it's against federal law. But yet the argument here is that in-state sale of meat products that New Hampshire residents choose to buy from a farm, and they are only cuts of meat, we say no. If someone doesn't start the ball rolling and be the first to take a stand, this is going to be never going to happen. We need to be cognizant that our consumers and our farmers want this. They don't have to do it, but they want it, and it gives more food security to our state by giving more options. And it lets beginning farmers an avenue to get into the meat market. I am urging you to consider what I have said here and to please understand the quality of meat that people will be getting if they vote yes, because you can get on-farm cuts of meat from your farmer. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call vote.
Motion be committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 396. A division has been called. Members take. Who asked for a roll call? Representative Comtois asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 396. The House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bixby for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that slaughtering and selling amenable meat under HB 396 would directly violate federal law, and that this violation would create a host of practical problems for our small farmers and their support networks, would I vote no? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Judy Aaron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that USDA facilities have produced contaminated meat so there's no guarantee of food safety there. And if I know that the problem is dire in New Hampshire, such that people with livestock to slaughter cannot get booking dates with USDA facilities, and that many times they have to schedule dates for animals that haven't been born yet, and that current federal law has created a huge bottleneck for our farmers, which we are trying to address here. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I know we have to do something since Congress and the USDA aren't moving to fix this. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, since we already have this practice in place for red deer, elk, bison, poultry, and rabbits in New Hampshire, and no one has died or has had contamination problems, and this bill allows for interstate slaughter of a limited number of pigs, cows, and sheep, and contains many guardrails to limit risk of contamination, not unlike how we sell raw milk, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the
The representative will suspend. This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to support our local farmers and consumers in the pursuit of interstate commerce where the feds have no business telling New Hampshire what to do?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 396. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. House will be in order. The yeas are 214, the nays are 119. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration to
Mr. Speaker, on the previous vote, Representative Plant declared a conflict and recused himself on the vote.
Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 349 FN, an act relative to the practice of optometry and authorization to perform ortholamic laser procedures. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Patrick Long for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peter Schmidt for the minority of the committee. Committee Amendment 2969H, printed in House Record 51, page 81 through 82. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Leon offers Amendment 0032H. It is in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Leon to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of Amendment 0032H to this bill, which addresses one of my favorite topics, informed consent. Informed consent is the bedrock of our medical system. If something goes wrong and a provider has not provided informed consent, our medical injury action laws take that into account. Let me repeat. All medical providers in New Hampshire must provide informed consent to patients in order to protect themselves against medical injury lawsuits. No informed consents? That means pay up. This amendment pulls from the off-label prescription informed consent form while tailoring the language to the 3 procedures at stake in this bill. These procedures are not LASIK. They're far less invasive and far less risky than that procedure. They are laser capsulotomy, which is sort of a touch-up after a very common complication of cataracts, it's that fuzzy lens, and 2 other procedures for glaucoma. They're really not that high risk of a procedure, but there's been a lot of confusion about what happens with these, who does them, and how appropriately trained people are. Because the general population in New Hampshire isn't really all that well informed about eye surgeons versus ophthalmologists, we're taking an informed consent form that we've used only for off-label prescriptions before, but we're bringing this into it so we can make sure that anybody going to an ophthalmologist for these procedures knows what to expect, what the risks are, what happens if you're not treated, and the fact that they're an ophthalmologist, not a surgeon. So this amendment means that patients will understand exactly who's performing the procedure and the risks of this. It's good policy, so I ask that no matter your position on the bill, you vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Woods. Representative Woods declines. Okay, we are on the floor amendment from Representative Leon, 0032H. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. We're now on to order pass as amended, and the chair recognizes Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I here rise to speak against HB 349. Yes, the amendment makes it better, but optometrists are not medical doctors. Lasers are surgical instruments that can cut deeply and dangerously as a scalpel. Ophthalmologists complete 4 years of medical school and a 3-year surgical residency, with a minimum of 17,000 hours of clinical training. A mini course is not a substitute for years of surgical experience. Allowing optometrists to perform procedures with lasers poses a significant risk to patient safety. The complexity of ocular surgery requires not only precise technical skill, but also a deep understanding of the anatomy and potential complications that can arise. Entrusting these delicate procedures to individuals without comprehensive medical or surgical training undermines the standard of care that patients deserve. There are well-documented cases of complications and surgery by optometrists performing surgery in other states. 23 of the 25 optometry schools are located in states where optometrists are prohibited by law for performing laser surgery. These are your eyes. To me, the second most important part of your body. I, for one, and 90% of residents prioritize having surgery performed by a licensed medical doctor. I had eye surgery nearly 2 years ago. My doctor was recognized as one of the best in her field. I will not have any optometrist doing any eye surgery. What next? Having dental hygienists doing root canals? Not being near ophthalmologists are not a reason to have any eye surgery done by non-professional. And if I needed laser surgery on my eyes, I would drive as far as necessary for an ophthalmologist and then asked how many procedures they had done. And in New Hampshire, unless you live in Manchester, Nashua, you're probably at least 30 to an hour from anywhere, from anything. Our most important job is to protect the citizens of New Hampshire, to not make it easier for some to make bad decisions, nor make it convenient for others to take advantage. So please join me in voting red on this bill. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak against the OTP motion on House Bill 349. This bill has come to us in previous years and has been defeated each time. One of the points proponents had made was that there are medical deserts where advanced eye procedures were not available. So therefore, optometrists should have a broadened scope of practice. This same point has been raised again this time, but consider this. First, a recent University of New Hampshire poll reported that almost 90% of New Hampshire residents would rather travel a distance than to subject themselves to treatments from people with far less training. But second, the ophthalmologic community has been doing something about those deserts. A new ophthalmological facility has opened in Berlin at the hospital. I think most of us know that. What we may not know is plans are afoot to place ophthalmologists in other deserts. And oh, by the way, while we're looking at that UNH poll, 60% of self-identified libertarians do not want optometrist scope of practice to be expanded as this bill will allow. You and I have often heard the statement, well, optometrists are doctors, aren't they? Well, yes and no. They are doctors of optometry, but they are not physicians. There are lawyers in this room, and they could be called doctor because they have a JD degree, Juris Doctor. They are doctors, but they're not physicians. There are at least 2 clergy members in this room who could be called doctor because we possess a D.Min degree, Doctor of Ministry. We're doctors too, but we're not physicians either. And we could go on and talk about PhDs and so on. Optometrists are not physicians. I've looked at the literature about negative outcomes of procedures conducted by optometrists in the procedures asked for in this bill. Now, there's been floating around some language, and it could have been a floor amendment. They decided not to do it as such, that foresaw possible problems with procedures conducted by optometrists, so would require backstops by ophthalmologists. Well, what does that tell us? That's a pretty heavy concession. My Aunt Janet was one of the first nurse practitioners in this country. She was so grateful that now there was an intermediary step between being an RN, which she had been, and an MD or a DO. But she also feared, she told me, that there would soon be a few, maybe, nurse practitioners who didn't stay in their lane but attempted to be something they were not. By the way, this is a phenomenon that's widespread. It's not just with nurse practitioners. In fact, I have employed 2 nurse practitioners and am about to hire another one in the medical facility I oversee in Kingston. I know a few optometrists, and one looks after me annually. She's good. She's good at what she does, as so many optometrists are, in their current scope of practice. Mr. Speaker, we do not need this bill. The problem of access to advanced level care is being addressed. And we must take to heart what our constituents are overwhelmingly saying: do not pass this bill. There seems to be some confusion on the part of those proposing widening of practice scope. So, Mr. Speaker, I move indefinite postponement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to speak against House Bill 349 as amended. I've truncated my comments in view of the time and trying to be as summary as I possibly can. Hopefully I can read my notes. Being a surgeon, my handwriting is probably not the best, so hopefully I can read it as we go along. A bill which sought to expand the scope and optometric services was brought to this body recently and failed. A very similar bill is now before us. However, some of the circumstances surrounding this issue have changed substantially. Both bills had sought to address the issue of the availability of ophthalmologic services in the north portion of our state. So how big is this problem? An extensive poll of 1,500 people in the affected area was performed by the University of New Hampshire in November of 2025. Only 8% offered any dissatisfaction with availability or travel time for these services. So the problem may not be as dire as it may seem. Nevertheless, both optometrists and ophthalmologists recognize this does not meet the highest medical standard that we would come to expect. And I laud them all for their response to this need. I mentioned that circumstances have changed substantially. By that I mean Androscoggin Valley Hospital in Berlin has worked within ophthalmological practice to expand their services. Phase 1 begins with almost as we speak, which is this Friday, the 9th. They'll begin services at Androscoggin Valley Hospital. Phase 2 is the completion by May of this year. Again, this is the implementation of the full spectrum of ophthalmologic services, including appropriate office space and the full complement of required surgical instruments for the operating room. This is not a new model. Many other services in the medical community do just this. Clearly, with these ophthalmologic services in place, access will be greatly enhanced and will address the heart of this bill's intent. Beyond access, one must ask about the qualifications required for these services. And we've heard much about this, and I'll just briefly go over it, that 22 of the 25 programs in the United States are in states that don't allow laser surgery, so that diminishes their training potential. Ophthalmologists, as you know, have 4 years of medical school, 4 years of residency, and additionally, possibly an additional 1 year of specialty eye surgery. It is clear the ophthalmological training is far greater in scope and intensity of training. HB 349 outlines accreditation for optometrists through a course and only requires 4 to 5 cases in each surgical category. First of all, courses are not the same as clinical training. Secondly, having credentialing 4 to 5 cases does not compare with a physician training in a clinical setting and in the operating room involving hundreds of cases. Additionally, and very importantly, courses are not on live patients and don't allow for follow-up, which is essential for recognition and treatment of outcomes and possible complications, a crucial dimension of eye care. The bill before us seeks to bridge this gap between the optometrists and the ophthalmologists. Indeed, it seems an optimum time to establish a collaborative relationship HB 49 is a step in that direction, but doesn't quite do the job, especially with the expression of full ophthalmologic services and the immediate need for these services is being met. I submit we take a step back. Use this bill as a guide to have optometrists and ophthalmologists work collaboratively to create a more meaningful and robust program to properly enhance the role of optometrists in the full spectrum of eye care. Remember, this bill and any bill addressing this issue is not about optometrists. It is not about ophthalmologists. It is about being sure we provide the best care we can for the residents of New Hampshire. Please press the red button so the work that is currently underway can be expanded in a more detailed, robust, and collaborative manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm gonna try my best here. It's gotten no better as the day's gone on. I normally don't get up here and speak about anything that's not criminal justice related. This I felt moved to. I recently had cataract surgery myself on both eyes. When I saw this bill, I was interested. I looked into it. I wondered why. As with any bill, I tell people everywhere, follow the money. This is not a new movement unique to New Hampshire's North Woods because people have no care. The Optometrist Association nationwide has targeted certain states to get these pilot program laws passed so that they can send them across the entire states. They will reap lots of money by being able to do these new technologies. And do you know who else is a big fan of this? The insurance companies, because guess what? They get to bill and pay less because it's not an MD doing the surgery, it's an optometrist. They don't have to pay for a surgical suite that should be there in case something happens because there won't be one there. This is a money grab and nothing more. If something happens during one of these surgeries, they have to send you to an ophthalmologist to fix it. Why not be there in the first place? There's no urgent need to do this. This is all about the money, and I would urge you to support your constituents and vote for their safety, not for the bottom lines of the insurance companies. Thank you.
Chair. Does a member yield to a question? Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honorable colleague for taking my question. I have heard, and I want to have confirmation to the degree you know, is it true that the three procedures that 349 would add to the current situation account for less than 2% of the actual eye care here in New Hampshire?
Yes, that's my understanding. It would make no difference whatsoever in the level of eye care available to the majority of New Hampshire citizens.
One quick follow-up.
Does a member yield to a further question? Yes,
So
member yields.
it was referenced in one of the previous speeches that there is going to be a suite of at Androscoggin Hospital. Is it true that that is going to begin operations the day after tomorrow?
That is my understanding. As a matter of fact, I believe the ribbon cutting might have been today.
Thank you very much.
Does a member yield to a further question? Member yields, you may inquire.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you yielding to further questions. Are you aware that the same providers that are now moving ophthalmologic care to the North Country previously provided it but stopped providing the care because it became a scheduling issue for them?
I didn't hear the last
Sorry. That the people who have committed to have this relationship and give ophthalmologic care in the North Country were previously doing that,
But in 2021, the schedule got to be too difficult for them, and so instead of serving the patients in the North Country, they focused on their home communities. I was asking if you were aware of that, because it was news to me.
I'm actually aware that something like that occurred, and a lot of it had to do with the damage that was done by the way that insurance was running the system and Obamacare. I believe that's been fixed now, and they wouldn't be investing the money in a brand new facility if they didn't intend on doing so. So lowering the standard of care, in my opinion, wouldn't fix it. The same way that right now we see mothers giving birth and getting kicked out the door, still wearing their hospital gown versus where they used to stay and get care for a few days. We can't keep cutting back for the insurance companies. We have to give our citizens medical care.
Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support HB 349. This bill expands access to eye care by allowing optometrists to perform 3 in-office laser procedures they're currently not allowed to do. These procedures are minor, in-office, non-invasive, and affect only structures at the front of the eye. Optometrists in New Hampshire already advise patients about whether to seek these procedures, and they perform post-operative care for patients who've had them. Optometrists have safely performed the covered procedures, which are laser capsulotomy, laser trabeculoplasty, and laser peripheral iridotomy in 14 other states for as many as 30 years. Every optometry school in the country teaches these procedures. A study of over 146,000 of these procedures found complications in only 2 of them. Not 2%, 2. This bill increases patients' access to needed surgeries and their choice in providers. The North Country in particular has had a shortage of providers for years, but even in the most populated areas, access is often limited by which insurance the local ophthalmologists happen to accept, or by long wait times for appointments. I appreciate ophthalmologists' recent efforts to address the shortage, but patients' access to treatment they need should not be dependent on the continued availability and goodwill of one limited set of providers. Ophthalmologists have offered to travel to the North Country to provide care before, and then failed to follow through as their schedules in their home areas became too busy. This new proposed partnership seems to be going the same way. It's scheduled to start this Friday, and yet as of when I checked yesterday, patients are still unable to schedule appointments, and providers are unable to make referrals for care. So it doesn't seem to be working. And overall, the problem is only going to get worse. The American Association of Medical Colleges predicts a 12% decline in the number of ophthalmologists in the next 10 years, while demand for advanced eye care increases by 24% due to an aging population. And that's especially going to be an issue in New Hampshire, where we already have the 2nd oldest population in the country. In response to the bill as originally written, ophthalmologists raised some reasonable concerns about the training and experience required in order to perform these procedures. The committee amendment, which has been adopted, successfully addresses these concerns by requiring optometrists who want to perform these procedures to have the appropriate training and experience spelled out in the law. It's not just in rules created by the Optometry Board. The floor amendment further protects patients by requiring informed consent and requiring identification and verification of optometrists authorized to perform these procedures. In summary, these are minor procedures performed in 14 states over several decades, with complications only a tiny handful of times ever. We face shortages of eye care, which are only going to get worse if we don't act to expand access. And this bill expands access while protecting patients by requiring appropriate training. Please vote yes on ought to pass as amended.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 349. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, sir.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, because of all the confusion around this, I move indefinite postponement.
Motion is in order. Chair recognizes Representative Grota to speak against it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Friends, today I rise to speak against the motion of indefinite postponement, a motion that is not driven by facts, but by fear. Fear. Optometrists deliver inferior results. Despite loud claims to the contrary from surgeons and their supporters, decades of evidence on tens of thousands of procedures performed by optometrists show no difference in outcomes versus the surgeons. Fear. Optometrists aren't properly trained. Most optometrists have been trained for these procedures and will be in order to perform them. Either in school, where this training is now required for accreditation, or through standard post-grad continuing medical education, just like all other medical professions learn new techniques. This is a result of the work that was done in this committee on this bill. Fear. Bad things happen with these procedures. They happen quickly, and they need immediate surgical rescue. Fact. There may have some truth to that when I was a young girl, but this is a mature procedure where most serious complications show up weeks to months later and can be treated medically rather than surgically. Fear. LASIK is scary. Cataracts are scary. Well, guess what? This kind of bill isn't about LASIK. It isn't cataracts. I agree with that. These procedures are less invasive and less aggressive. We're talking about 3 in-office procedures. Fear. Patients will be tricked about who is going to be doing these procedures. There's a floor amendment for that was brought here by Representative Leon that we all passed. Fear. We need a surgeon in the room in case it all goes bad fast. There are some known complications that need surgery in the days, not minutes after treatment. Remember, these are in-office procedures. They're not in operating rooms. These require not just any ophthalmological surgeon, but a vitreoretinal surgeon and an open operating room, something that neither an optometrist or an ophthalmologist will routinely have on standby because this is an incredibly rare and can wait long enough for specialists. I know that optometry is a practice that has been hamstrung by ophthalmology in many aspects. 30 years ago, optometrists wanted to give people eye drops for glaucoma. This is something that happens all the time now. And it took them years to get this approval. This type of bill is exactly the same thing. Do not relive that ugly history. I've been in eDNA for 8 years. You have seen me stand up for public safety. I ask you, in conclusion, to stand with Granite Staters without in-network ophthalmologists accessible to them, to stand with the optometrists who moved to New Hampshire to provide care and have to stop doing these procedures because they already routinely perform them because of our outdated laws, and to stand with those who hope to move to New Hampshire if they can use all of their training. I ask you to reject fear and press the red button to defeat this motion. Thank you.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 349. There's been a request for a roll call. Representative Leon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 349. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know these are not minor procedures, that they are actually cutting inside your eyeball with a laser, and if they cut your retina, your optic nerve, you have minutes, not hours, to get it reattached, or you will be blind. And number two, Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are approximately 121 licensed ophthalmologists in this state right now, and compared to, that's like one for, I don't know, every 11,000 citizens. If you compare that to brain surgeons, it's much less. Are we going to start letting, eye, ear, and nose guys do our brain surgery for us? Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is driven by nothing but dollars, this is driven by insurance companies being able to pay less for what you get, would I vote? I'm sorry, there's a lot of chatter over there. If the speaker could get it quiet. If I know all of these things, would I press green for indefinite postponement? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is a turf war, but this is a turf war of ophthalmologists keeping optometrists out of this market where they had been providing safe eye care for decades in other states. And if I know that, unfortunately, my colleague from Deerfield has been completely misinformed about these procedures. They do not cut the eye. They do not have need for immediate surgery. If I know that if something goes wrong that needs surgery, it's not a ophthalmologic surgeon who's doing these laser procedures that will step into the rescue, but a retinal surgeon who most likely will have to be called from Mass Eye and Ear, just like they need to be called if an ophthalmologist has the same problem. Would I then know that this is a matter of allowing our healthcare providers to perform services for Granite Staters that are trained to do to people who want to have their services? And if I know that this is the time to do this and move forward so that we can actually attract optometrists when we're looking at a major decline in eye care providers and a major increase in need, would I then press the red button so that we can move on to the next motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement for House Bill 349. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members had an opportunity to vote that were here? House will attend the state of the vote. 133 voting yea, 205 voting nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker.
We're back to the motion of ought to pass as amended. So what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Table. I want to table 349.
The motion to table is in order, so you're making a motion to table. It is in order.
That's correct.
Representative Leon has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. Senator Colefault asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us now is to table House Bill 349. It is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many of you have been receiving many emails and phone calls, and if I know that those emails and phone calls will not stop until we take final action on this bill, would I vote no on this tabling motion so that we can vote on the underlying motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 349.
Not me.
This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had a chance to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 200 voting yea, 242 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we are back to ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. A division has been called before the vote was announced. Everybody. We had a request for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, stay in your seats. The motion before us right now is ought to pass as amended in House Bill 349. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 143 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is headed to finance. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Have it voted on the prevailing side of HB 349. I move reconsideration and urge the body vote no.
Why not? The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 97FN, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for wastewater infrastructure projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Gerald Griffin from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. The chair recognizes Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 97 is not a new bill. It has passed over and over and over again into law over decades to support New Hampshire's wastewater infrastructure fund. This fund helps offset eligible costs from the construction of wastewater treatment projects as outlined in RSA 486. That RSA calls for the state to reimburse municipalities 20 to 30% of the eligible costs incurred during the design and construction of wastewater facilities, plus a proportionate share of interest borrowed on those projects. HB 2 was passed with $2.5 million added to this fund, which is only 17% of the original bill's appropriation and is woefully inadequate to meet ongoing project costs, let alone the $1.2 billion in pending projects. Currently, there are 6 projects approved by the voters that are ready to go to the governor and council for approval. These are in Lebanon, Rochester, Durham, Manchester, Concord, and Newmarket, and they are at risk of not receiving this grant money if we don't add more to it. If you agree to defeat the ITL, a floor amendment will be moved to increase the $2.5 million to $5 million, still well below the $15 million of the original appropriation, but it will help fund these pending projects. Why is this fund important? First of all, it respects the trust the voters place in our state laws. As they vote on bonds to maintain or expand wastewater facilities, they rely on the anticipated state reimbursements as outlined in RSA 486 to lower the impact these bonds have on local property taxes. Without this state assistance, that 20 to 30% of the eligible costs covered by the state is downshifted to local property taxes. If we truly think New Hampshire needs more affordable housing, we cannot expect a local community to shoulder all the costs for the needed infrastructure, especially since many treatment facilities accept septage from surrounding towns. For example, in my community of Merrimack, we accept about a dozen community septic, allowing them to handle their waste. The town of Plymouth, the town of Plymouth, their wastewater treatment plant accepts septic from over 100 communities. So without this financial assistance, voters are not going to pass these capital projects. We are not going to be able to expand infrastructure to cover affordable housing. We risk the water quality from waste going directly into groundwater without being treated. So please join me in voting no on the ITL motion so another motion and the amendment can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill and support of the ITL motion. This bill has been superseded by Bill 2 in the budget. Section 379 of HB 2 appropriates $2.5 million in fiscal 26 and $2.5 million in fiscal 27. The state revenue precludes the fully funding of this bill. This has happened in the past, and usually in future years we catch up with the fully funding. But we have a law, we have a tradition that we don't overspend the budget, and we have listened all day long to bill after bill after bill where it was discussed about the revenue shortfall. And that's the reality of where we're at. And I urge that you push the green button and support the ITL motion. Thank you.
Senator Rung has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 97. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ebel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill supports essential infrastructure for affordable housing, and if I know that this fund reduces property taxes for those communities who have approved wastewater bonds, and if I know voters have relied on this fund to approve hundreds of wastewater projects, many of which support communities that do not have their own wastewater plants, would I now push the green button and vote no to defeat the ITL motion so another motion can be made and related amendment be presented?
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when the revenue is not coming as hoped for, and I further know that that means there's less largesse for us to give out grants, and if I further know that if there's wastewater treatments are well supported, they will generate their own income. and will I therefore push the green button to support the inexpedient to legislate motion. Thank you.
Motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 97. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Peternell. Representative Polozov.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 156 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 164 FN, Act relative to local records retention. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jose Cambrils for the committee. The amendment is 2979H, printed in House Record 51, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is... If you have a point of order, you have to come down. We're in the voting mode. Members need to stay in their seats. State your point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Are we supposed to be in our seats during voting mode? Oh, let me get my jacket on here. Isn't that proper protocol? Are we not to be in our seats during voting mode? I am seeing people wandering around the halls during voting mode. Well, it's been for a while. We have the same person wandering around the floor for some time now.
To answer your question, yes, members should be in their seats.
Okay, thank you.
So if I miss somebody, I apologize.
That's okay, thank you.
We are now on to ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 197 FN, an act relative to payment by the state of a portion of retirement system contributions of political subdivision employers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Carol McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Chris Munns for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, and if anybody's looking on YouTube or anything like that, hope you're enjoying this. My name's Mike Edgar, as was mentioned. I'm a rep from Hampton. This bill is relative to payment by the state of a portion of retirement system contributions of political subdivision employers. More plainly, this bill requires the state to pay 7.5% of political subdivision employer pension contributions. That's not pay, it's pensions contribution. On behalf of teachers, police officers, and firefighters. In 1967, the state encouraged political subdivisions to join a statewide retirement system for teachers, police, and firefighters. Before that, it was all split up. And said it would contribute 40%. Over the years, the state has reduced its portion of the retirement system contributions of the political subdivision employers for teachers, police officers, and firefighters until in the year 2011, it has reduced it down to 0, like it is right now. There was a one-time payment in 2022, which provided almost $27 million in property tax relief to cities, towns, and schools. And this money there has to get, it's funds as revenue, and they use it when they're setting the tax rate. Any state aid paid to municipalities works to provide property tax relief, as any dollar not raised locally is a dollar saved by local property taxpayers. My experience with this bill goes back to my association with the former rep, the late Rennie Cushing, and his effort to provide support to the towns and cities of New Hampshire instead of downloading the cost to them. Some may also remember the speech of the Fighting Leprechaun representative from Nashua, urging the body to approve this relief. I sure do, and that's when the bill was passed, at least partially, then it was manipulated quite a bit, but we did get 1 year out of it anyway to the towns and cities. Okay. Since the state reneged on its promise, the political subdivisions have had to pay for the state's share of the employer costs, much of which have been downshifted to municipal, county, and local school property taxes. Please consider voting no on the motion of ITL. HB 197 would provide much needed relief to political subdivisions and help offset the need for increased property taxes. Please help the average taxpayer, that includes businesses, in New Hampshire. We could then consider a motion for an amendment to the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker suggested that we should be bound by the decisions of our grandparents, or maybe our great-grandparents, in the 1960s as far as supporting the municipal and local employees. That was changed in 2011 so that the employees, not the state, covered the cost, this cost share. Trying to institute it again at this point would bind the state into some very bad fiscal decisions. First of all, we have no idea how much money is involved. We don't control how many employees each school district or each municipality has. That's their decision. We also don't control how much they're paid. And the pension contribution is a percentage of payroll. So the combination of not knowing how many people are working, nor what their pay is, means that we'd be trying to fund something that we have no clue how big it is. We might guess what it was last year, But I know my town, for example, is trying to hire both police and fire. The school district is hiring teachers, and they're giving everybody a raise, which they deserve. But that means that the state can't figure out how much this is going to cost. It would totally derail our budgeting process to have to do this 2 years in advance. And therefore, it's a bad decision to restore it. And I hope you will join the Finance Committee in voting green.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 197. This Representative Ager has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 197. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that when the New Hampshire State Legislature created the New Hampshire retirement system in 1967, the state agreed to pay 40% of the employer contributions our cities, towns, and school districts were required to make. And if I know that the legislature honored that grand bargain until 2011, when the legislature eliminated the state subsidy of employer Group 1 and Group 2 members, which increased costs to local property tax payers. And if I know that the one thing our constituents all want is property tax relief. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 197 represents a small but significant step to restore that grand bargain and reduce the property taxes our constituents must pay by at least $19 million to school districts and $9 million to cities and towns across our state, would I now press the red button and vote no on the ITL motion so that an amendment to HB 197 that will change the effective date of the bill from July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2026 can be introduced, which will provide real property tax relief to your constituents. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilder for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in 2012, when we looked at the contributions that the state was making to non-state municipal employees, there had been a huge increase year over year from 40 million up to 60 million a year. Right now, if we made the same contribution at 35%, it would be well over 100. This is one of those things of which we have no control. So, if we're going to control the budget, I ask you to press the green button and vote ITL. We've made up for the difference that was present when we took the money away from the state contributing and made the employees make up the difference. And it's been that way ever since. And when we did put in 27 million, no one ever noticed any reduction. I ask you to please vote green. Thank you.
The motion before us is a Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 197. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 219 FN, an act relative to changes to the minimum electrical renewable portfolio standards. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jose Campbell for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate, Representative Chris Munns for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2988H, printed in House Record 51, page 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year. Hi. Thanks so much for bearing with us this evening. I found a quote that I thought would help me explain to you what is really wrong with this bill. And the quote is, if you want a happy ending, that depends, of course, on where you stop your story. If you listen to the argument for passing this bill, the story claims that lowering the value of biomass, wind, and hydro, and getting rid of solar credits altogether will save people money. The problem with this claim is that it stops short of giving you the whole story. This bill has been brought many times by the same sponsor on my committee. It has been killed every time. That is because the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, was put in place by the legislature as one of the only tools New Hampshire has to leverage far more private dollars in bringing down energy costs. The RPS expands competition with support for local energy businesses by giving credit to clean local energy producers. It creates a stable market for energy investment and diversifies our in-state supply, keeping energy dollars in the New Hampshire economy. All these economic benefits are why the Senate removed HB 219's language from HB 2 last year before they sent it to the governor's desk. If you vote for this bill, you will have to explain why you voted to impose higher property taxes on all of the New Hampshire towns who will lose their return on investment from local solar projects. Pulling the plug on solar credits hurts electric plant operators like Granite Shore Power, the owner of Merrimack Station in Bow. They're adding solar and batteries, and passing this bill upends their return on investment, leading to market instability of a New Hampshire power plant that's trying to lead on dispatchable, reliable energy. Some New Hampshire-based energy businesses who testified in our hearing were Essex Power Services, Froling Energy, Britton Lumber in Bath, Baker River Forestry in Rumney, Great River Hydro, White Mountain Lumber, and Sweet Logging and Cleaning of Stratford, whose owner, Lynn Sweet, testified in front of the bill's sponsor, who is her representative, that passing the bill would cripple her industry, losing logging jobs and forest maintenance that could not be replaced. John O'Neill testified that the Manchester Water Department relies on forestry management to maintain the water supply they provide to 160,000 customers over 13 municipalities. Representative Lori Korzen of Berlin testified that wind projects in Dixville and Cambridge bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax relief to those North Country towns, and that passing this bill would destroy Berlin's budget. New Hampshire hydropower operators explained how they provide dam maintenance on smaller dams that the state provides no funding to maintain. Without these services, the state would suffer dangerous flooding and emergency costs. Hydro plants rely on 3 revenue streams: energy sales, capacity sales, and the sale of renewable energy credits. If this bill passes, our hydropower plants lose essential income. There's no telling whether they can stay in business. It's a very destructive bill. As you know, margins are thin these days. I asked Great River Hydro how they viewed the bill, and they said, quote, "It removes support for investments already made." All these Granite Staters came out to give us the rest of the story. Democrats on the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee voted with New Hampshire's businesses because they made the case that the ripple effects of passing this bill will raise energy costs, put Granite Staters out of work, ruin essential resource maintenance by local energy producers, increase local property taxes, and decrease our energy independence, which means higher energy prices. We cannot keep voting to take away programs that make New Hampshire work. Passing this bill is far more expensive than stopping it again. Pushing the red button will bring the happy ending New Hampshire deserves. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my distinguished colleague from Hollis just pointed out, this bill is about clean energy mandates and renewable energy subsidies. According to S&P Global data, utilities in 46 states have filed electric rate increase requests from 2020 through 2025. 23 of those states had clean energy or renewable energy mandates, or both. And 23 of those states had neither. Since 2020, states with clean energy and renewable energy mandates have sought larger rate increases than states without. In every year except 2024, states with mandates have sought higher electric rate increases than non-mandate states, 21% higher in 2020, 33% higher in 2021, 56% higher in 2022, 204% higher in 2023, and 17% higher in 2025. States with clean energy mandates have higher electricity prices than non-mandate states. It's as simple as that. What this bill does is it lowers slightly our clean energy or renewable energy subsidy mandate. It saves ratepayers about $5.7 million in the course of a year. It does this by removing the Class 2 of the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which covers residential solar, but is very seldomly claimed by the utilities because they can satisfy their requirements for Class 2 renewable energy certificates just by claiming those certificates that are not claimed by solar owners. That'll save about $1.5 million a year. The bigger part of the change in this bill is it reduces the mandate for Class 1 thermal. And right now, there is an absence of renewable energy credits in Class 1 thermal. The requirement is about 170,000 RECs, but there's only about 80 or 90,000 RECs available in any given year. So utilities have to buy alternative compliance payments in order to satisfy their obligation. This bill lowers that $170,000 REC requirement down to about 120,000. That will save about $4 million in ACP payments. So this is a reasonable reform of the renewable portfolio standard to help ratepayers save some money in an environment of increasing electricity costs. One of the reasons those electricity costs are going up is simple. Clean energy mandates require the building of a lot of new infrastructure by utilities, and that costs a lot of money. I urge you to support this modest reform to our renewable portfolio standard and put some money back in your ratepayers' constituents' pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass an amendment on House Bill 219. Representative McGee has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 219. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Corman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this recycled bill has been rejected multiple times in recent memory for how it would harm the New Hampshire energy economy, and if I know that if this bill passes, New Hampshire energy producers and affiliated businesses who rely on the renewable portfolio standard might no longer be able to provide local, sustainable, low-cost energy and good-paying jobs while keeping our energy dollars here in the Granite State. And if I know that eliminating solar credits used by municipalities will raise property taxes for all those with municipal solar projects today, and that the savings being cited for ratepayers in no way cover the destructive statewide economic impacts. And finally, if I know that the percentage of renewable energy used in the New England power grid is actually quite small, and the largest percentage of energy in the New England power grid by far is from natural gas. So maybe, just maybe, that's why New England has the highest rates. Then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button to put this far too costly bill into the trash and not the recycling?
Chair recognizes Representative Waller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that for 50 years we've been given this promise of alternative energy and big savings, and it's never materialized, all it's resulted in is more waste and more costs. And this is just a small change. I hope you'll support it. Press the green button. Let us get on with a better power source than what we've been offered. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order passing amendment in House Bill 219. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 246 FNA, an act directing the State Conservation Committee to implement the Conservation District Climate Resilience Grant Program and making an appropriation therefore. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Karen Ebel for the committee. The amendment is 2986H, printed in House Record 51, page 77. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that
the House will be in order. We're not done with our business yet.
And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, January 8th at 9 a.m.
Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today was the day that we introduced all the bills for 2026, and the committee assistants furiously got most of them assigned today for the next several weeks. So you probably have several emails. Also, this is a newer feature. Your portal online will also have the notices of upcoming hearings. So please look for your portal or your email for that information. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I do need to take a quick moment because she will probably try to duck out tomorrow before the end of the session day. Teresa Preston, the second assistant clerk and journal clerk, is going to be retiring next week. And she has been in legislative service for 21 years, in the clerk's office for almost 20 of those years, and has been my right arm for many of those years. Tracy, who many of you know, is going to be taking over for Teresa. But Teresa, as we all know, can't be replaced. So would you please join me in a hearty congratulations.
This is unanimous consent. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for keeping you afterwards on such a long day, but this is very important, and I promise you it will be short. I started the day off by saying sometimes courage is saying what needs to be said. I continue with this speech. Mr. Speaker and fellow colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Each of us took an oath just over a year ago that said, "I will bear faith and true allegiance to the United States of America and the state of New Hampshire, and will support the Constitution thereof." Additionally, every time we meet as a body and in committee, we pledge our allegiance to our country and to liberty and justice for all. What does that really mean in practice? It means we uphold the laws of the United States. And when enforcing those laws, we don't resort to unlawfulness. And justice for all, not just justice for one racial group, but for everyone, no matter how different they are from us. We are here today to urge you to put that oath and those words into practice by opposing the proposal to build an ICE detention facility, which ICE has described as a human warehouse in my town, the town of Merrimack. The ICE detention center proposal raises serious moral, legal, and fiscal concerns that demand your attention as lawmakers entrusted with protecting both human rights and our communities. ICE has a long, well-documented history of criminal and civil rights violations, unlawful detentions, denial of due process, inadequate medical care, and deaths in custody. Multiple investigation and court rulings have confirmed patterns of abuse. Authorizing or enabling a facility like this places the state of New Hampshire and the town of Merrimack at risk of being complicit in those violations. But beyond the human rights crisis, this is also a bad deal for Merrimack and for the state. Detention facilities often generate little to no meaningful property tax revenue due to exemptions or reduced assessments. That means lost property tax income for the town of Merrimack, while local taxpayers are left to absorb the cost. At the same time, Merrimack's fire, police, and emergency medical services would be expected to respond to a high-security detention center, placing an ongoing strain on already limited public safety resources without guaranteed reimbursement. Infrastructure is another serious concern. Daniel Webster Highway is Merrimack's main corridor and is already heavily traveled. A detention facility would significantly increase traffic from employee commutes, law enforcement transports, and service vehicles, creating safety risks and compounding congestion for residents and businesses alike. This proposal asks Merrimack to bear the financial, infrastructural, and ethical burden of a federal enforcement system that has repeatedly failed to operate within the bounds of the law. As state representatives, you have both the authority and the responsibility to say no, to reject development that undermines community safety, drains local resources, and normalizes human suffering for profit. New Hampshire can and should choose better. We urge you to stand with Merrimack, uphold our values, and oppose this proposal. Thank you for your consideration and support.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from the member from Merrimack be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. For what reason does the member rise?
This is kind of funny, but Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of the clerk be placed in the permanent journal about Ms. Preston.
Yeah, he left. Oh, no, he's up there. Representative Kofalt moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, January 6, 2026 at 9 a.m.